The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The best of the best in women's chess are putting on a show at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. After a round full of decisive results, the ladies settled in and were ready to get back to the action. Former world champion Mariya Muzychuk took it easy on her big sister Anna with their sibling rivalry fizzling to a quick draw while retaining her co-lead. Harika Dronavalli took control of her game and didn't let go, leapfrogging her opponent to catapult into the fray at first. There's a four-way tie at the top for now, but there's a long way to go before crowning a new queen. Day 3 of Majestic Chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 3 of the Cairns Cup. We are here in front of the biggest chess piece in the world. The players will arrive soon. Let's go back to the studio and start the action.
There is a logjam at the top of the standings, but it's still early. What will happen on day 3? We'll find out as play is about to begin. Hello and welcome. It's round 3 of the Cairns Cup. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the St. Louis studio alongside Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and International Master Paikidze.
Well done. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live broadcast of the Cairns Cup, 4th edition. And boy, I got to tell you, the players are fighting such hard, combative, long rounds. That's been the order of the day, and we do have a tie at the top. Jovi, please do the honors. Standings.
Well, it's been an excellent start so far to the tournament, but top seed Zhongyi, she is on 1.5 points out of 2, and she is there with some company. Harika Dronavalli, Nana Dzagnidze and Mariya Muzychuk all on 1.5 points, so no clear leader just yet, but there are 3 players on 1 point.
Yes, 50%. And tell us about the format for the Cairns Cup.
Well, this is such a unique format. It's a 10-player round robin, which does mean that the players play each other once, and we have the unorthodox time control of 120 minutes, 2 hours, plus a 30-second time bonus. And this is what makes things super exciting. No draw offers allowed, because this is a fantastic tournament with an incredible $200,000 prize fund.
Nice indeed. And tell us about the schedule.
So the play may get frantic at times, but the players are just playing 1 round per day. Mark your calendars, because on Tuesday, June the 18th, it is a rest day. And if there is still a tie at the end of the tournament, there will be playoffs for that first place.
Wonderful. And Nasi, as always, a pleasure to be with you in studio. Tell us about your expectations for this round 3.
Yes, I'm very happy to be back here.
Right.
We had 2 very exciting days of chess, and I can't wait to see what the players will bring today to round 3. Let's talk about our key matchup between 2 former world champions, Mariya Muzychuk and Zhongyi. They have played quite a number of games between them. 3 wins for Mariya, 3 for 10, and 5 draws, pretty evenly matched. We'll see if one of them can take a lead today. Let's also take a look at how they've got here so far. Mariya won her first game against Anna Zatonskih, very double-edged game, but Mariya managed to outplay her in the end. And yesterday she played her sister. There was no big fight. They agreed to make a draw. Now let's take a look how 10 got to this round. She had a great win against Alice Lee in round 1, very smooth game. However, yesterday she was slightly worse against Irina, and Irina had good chances, but 10 fought very hard, came back into the game, and it ended in a draw. And This lady, Zhongyi, she's the top seed of the tournament. She was world champion in 2017. She's 5 times national champion, world rapid champion, and of course, in April of this year, she won the candidates tournament, which means later this year she'll be facing her countrymate Ju and Jun for the world championship title. She's also co-leading tournament here at the Cairns Cup.
Wow, what an extraordinary career. 5 times the champion of China. That's very, very hard to do. It's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Begim. Begim, you've been enjoying the games, but also interviewing the players on social media. Share your thoughts.
Hi guys, I'm super excited to be here for another great day. Honestly, girls were fighting furiously for the past 2 days. I couldn't ask for more. They were playing such a wonderful chess, full of calculation and full of oh my god, we're different expressions. So what they're doing, king on a2, for example, by Harika. So I'm excited for this day. Besides our key matchup, I'm looking forward for their probably first game ever, Alice Lee versus Harika Dronavalli. Harika was on top of the women's chess for a long time, and Alice is trying to get there. So she's playing white today, and I'm excited to see what she can bring.
Please, Jovi, do
Alice,
the honors.
Just 14 years old, and as Begim and Nazi mentioned, there are going to be exciting matchups. So let's take a look at today's pairings.
Indeed.
And you can see, well, every day is a good day here at the Cairns Cup. Alexandra Kosteniuk plays white against Nana Dzagnidze. 14-year-old Alice Lee, will she be playing against Harika Dronavalli, who was very impressive yesterday after her defeat of Alexandra Kosteniuk. Irina Krush plays the white pieces against an old friend and rival, Elisabeth Paehtz. Mariya Muzychuk plays Zhongyi. This is going to be our marquee matchup and is a battle of Annas. Anna Zatonskih finally playing with the white pieces against Anna Muzychuk.
Exactly. Zatonskih, our defending champion, came in with 2 blacks in a row. And let's jump right into the game. Our marquee matchup between Mariya and Tan, as play has begun. And for me, this is kind of funny. I've always thought when facing the French defense, white's dilemma was on move 2. Funny, not move 3, but move 2. So you're facing the French defense, and a major move is e4, e5, the advance. That's really, really major. Knight c3, inviting bishop b4, as well as knight d2. Each of these moves are big branches, and also you have a 4th branch, which is the exchange French. e4 takes d5. So it's always been for me that the player with the white pieces usually takes their time on move 3, and then after the winner were knight c3, what's really a surprise is Mariya has stopped here with the move for white. Everybody has played e4, e5, almost automatic. Once you play knight c3, it's pretty clear you're going to play e5, and yet she stalled. She just stopped, and I just find that particularly peculiar. You would think that, okay, I'm going to play a winner. I've already reconciled that in my mind, knight c3, and she has stopped. Jump in on this one for me, if you don't mind, Nasi. For this specific moment after move 3, the most popular move by far is e5, but are there really alternatives?
I totally agree with you, Yasser. To start thinking on move 3 in the French defense is a little bit strange.
Right.
Because if you play knight c3, you kind of made up your mind and you have...
Already.
Yes, and you have your prep. It's either you play e5 or you take on d5.
Right.
e5 is the main move.
Right.
But okay, I'm going to add a twist there.
Shoot.
Zhongyi isn't known for playing the French defense. Okay, I've seen her essay a few times,
Right.
but I've more seen the Sicilian and e4, e5 from Tan. So therefore, this is the kind of key moment. You take this decision as do you kind of go e5, or do you try to play it safe and play e takes d5?
That's a good
But I
point,
think
Jovi.
I do it on move 3, that I really make that decision.
Right.
If I'm going to play e5, the advance, which again, major branch, knight d2, different branch, knight c3. The one thing I will say, and in this particular position, there is a move, and I think it's actually a fairly decent move. I've faced it on a number of occasions as well. Knight g1 to e2, and the idea here is it's a bit of a gambit. Takes, knight c6, and I have played as black knight f6 in these positions. So knight, but e takes d5, no, I'm not a big fan of going into the exchange French and putting my knight on c3, bishop b4. Don't really see it. This is our Marquee.
Yeah, I think Jovi is right that Mariya is just surprised by Teng's choice of the opening,
Okay.
and that's why she's taking, I think.
Okay, cool. And then, wasn't there a Bobby Fischer game? Bobby Fischer lost once. I believe he has played queen g4, knight f6 to Vlado Kovacevic, I believe, has won on the white side of this peculiar line of play. Okay, now see, besides our Marquee matchup, what's going on in the other games?
We have interesting openings in pretty much every game. Let's take a look in game Alice Lee against Harika Dronavalli. We have a Slav defense, but a very sharp line at that. So it started as the classical Slav, e3, bishop g4. I believe this is called modern quiet defense.
The modern quiet defense.
Yes.
I call it the slow Slav.
Sounds like.
Yeah.
Slow Slav.
Yeah, because, you go knight f3, you try to do everything very slowly. But it gets quite wild because,
Yes.
as Nazi's going
You
to
can
show,
get
G4
you
is
got to
a-
hunt down that bishop.
If white chooses to play g4, which Alice has chosen, yes, it gets quite wild because after h4 now black has to worry about the bishop to not let it get trapped because h5, bishop b4, f3 is actually a threat. So Harika took on c4, knight g6. I believe they're still following the main theory. H takes g. Here white's, you can play g5 or take on c4. You have this in-between move g5, knight to d5, bishop takes. And I've played this with both colors actually before, and bishop b4 is certainly the most common move, after which white responds with bishop d2, queen e7, and we're on move 14 and neither side has castled yet. So that's the interesting thing about this position. Of course, white's not planning to castle short since we've opened up our king side so much, but black could still castle either way, so they're actually just waiting to see what white does next. I think I've played queen c2 here before, and black makes another waiting move here, something like either bishop a5 or knight b6. It's kind of a waiting game until they both decide to castle long.
Exactly. Thank you, Nazi.
It's going to be a sharp game.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I haven't seen a game between Vladimir Kramnik and Veselin Topolov in this line, but it's been a while since I've seen this particular line of the slow Slav. The slow Slav. The modern quiet game. And we do see g5, as you prescribed, just played by Alice, as turning our attention to the game between Alexandra and Nana. Nana comes in as one of our co-leaders, so she's being tested with the black pieces today. And my first thought when I was looking at this position is, knight takes c6, queen takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4. Why would black help white develop her queen? Well, it actually didn't happen that way. There was a queen d3. So there was a tempo. And Nana said, well, you kind of lost a tempo putting your queen on d4. I'm assuming that with this move a7, a6, black is just taking away knight b5, but much like we saw yesterday in Irina Krush's game, preparing an early b5, bishop b7 fianchetto. I'm really not too sure how I'm supposed to get an advantage as white in these positions. Bishop e3, I'll develop, and I'm assuming b5. This particular line of the Khan, well, no, I'm not even close to being an expert on this line.
Yeah, I'm not an expert either, but it seems to me just on the visuals that the problem for black is how to develop the king side, right?
You just, well,
like,
you'd
if you
love
go
to
knight
play
f6, you're just going to get booted about a bit.
Immediately
because after
with
with e5,
five.
and then white has a strong square on d6 to occupy. And then the kind of question is, well, then do you go d6?
Well,
and also there's kind of complications as to white hasn't committed where they're going to put the king. Could go queenside.
I'm supposing, much like we saw in yesterday's game of Irina, she ended up playing knight e7 and knight g6, and then a great benefit occurred much later in the game when she could play knight h4 and pressure g2. So to your question of how do you complete your development, I'm assuming it's going to be the knight e7 to g6 or knight e7 to c6 route.
And what about the whites? I mean, because there's whites. My aggressive commentator inside me tells me, castle queenside.
Castle queenside.
Castle queenside, get going.
Okay, so let's say bishop e3, yes?
Yeah.
Let's get going. Now for me, when I do see the move bishop e3, I do think of queen b6 as being an awkward positional threat. Now, whether that's true or not is a different matter. So just to avoid that type of thing, I might play the move b5 just to... Now,
and this is where I really want to go for the jugular immediately, castle queenside, because I can.
But whose jugular are you? Because you're kind of putting your king. You're waving a flag. Okay, I'll fall for it.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll jump. I'm assuming here.
Yeah, I'm assuming there as well.
Okay, so you're right. I've got to catch up with development. Now you could go fishing and take a bishop, but aren't you? There is a king over here, Jovi. That worries me that your king is going to be in the line of fire.
Yes, that's normally why I would tuck it to king b1.
Okay.
I would
so
kind of
just
hold,
a useful move.
Again, I don't know whether this is the most aggressive ideas in the position, but king b1.
And I'm assuming...
And then f3.
And f3.
We block out that bishop, and then g4.
The English attacker.
Of course. You know, in honor of you two yesterday, I did some research on the Battle of Agincourt.
Oh,
and the reason why I know about it is because, well, I know the name, let's be honest. Okay, so it was an English victory in the 100-Year War.
With whom did you have 100 years?
France.
France.
And it was after...
It's only 100 years?
It was actually 116.
I thought it was like a perpetual thing. You guys love fighting with one another.
Yeah, literally. I think this one was actually instigated by us.
But you won that particular
We
battle.
won, yes. It was a fight against the odds.
Well done. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. And again, Nasi, I'm going to turn to you and say, where's the action?
I'll actually talk a little bit more about this game between Alexandra and Nana. So yesterday and Joe, we were discussing how should black develop, especially the king side this night. So I looked at the database, and it looks like black delays the development of the king side for a long time. So this is how typically it goes. White castles long early, bishop b7, f3 defensive move, rook c8, another queenside developing move. And here, let's say if white makes some prophylaxis move, now finally black can play knight f6. And the idea is that if white tries to kick the knight out immediately, let's say with e5, black's prepared to meet that with knight to d5. Because we have this target on c2, white cannot really trade. Well, actually, there is a line where you do take, allow queen c2 and just move the king away. And somehow this is not bad for white. Bishop d5, bishop d3. Well, the reason why white's still doing okay, besides being down a pawn, is that we are so far ahead in development. As you can see, black still hasn't finished kingside development and hasn't castled. Also, this queen is going to be a target, just like yesterday.
Yeah, it bounced around.
The queen might be bouncing around for a while. Yeah. Or there is an option to trade the queens off, but then you're giving the pawn back right away.
Yeah, exactly.
Bishop a6 and game goes on. But yeah, this queen d3 move in this Taimanov is not a very common move indeed. kind of makes you question why waste the tempo, right? Knight d4 and queen d4. But I checked the database, and actually there's about 350 games played with queen d3.
So it's a popular
Sideline.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Nasi, for that. I'm going to turn to the game between Irina Krush and Elisabeth Paehtz. For me, this is actually a marquee matchup, and the reason I mention it is because these two players have been the flag bearers for their nations for so many years. Like when they sit down, it's a real fight between them. And what do we see? We have a Rubinstein Nimzo and Nimzovich defense with bishop b4, but e2, e3, kind of a prelude to knight e2, and not we want to win the two bishops, but not at the consequence of a double pawn. b7, b6, bishop d3, bishop b7, knight f3, knight e4. Now, this one is a really ambitious move, and a throwback to back in the day. A lot of grandmasters, including Garry Kasparov, asked themselves, is it such a big deal to lose the pawn? And Garry himself has won a number of games where he simply castled and invited black to finish the threat. Knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop takes c3. You've won a pawn, but at some very serious consequence. You've lost control of the center. Your moves as black, knight g8 to f6 to e4, take c3. That took a lot of time. And in the meanwhile, white, you don't want to castle and allow bishop takes h7 check, queen c2, e4, and a lot of counterplay for the pawn. I just noticed while I was saying this, Irina did play queen c2,
I was actually
by the
going
way.
to say that. I wouldn't be surprised if Irina did play like that, because I shared a room many times with Irina, and she always played in this style.
Of aggressive.
Aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, and she did play the move queen c2, which does have, it's a very attractive move because it's a dual purpose move. If this threat of knight takes c3 is real, well, you're defending the threat. You're reinforcing the defense of the knight on c3, but simultaneously you're also attacking the knight on e4. And a dreadful, strategically terrible move would be knight takes c3, b takes c3. Do not do this, because you will actually end up with a severe position. You think you've injured the pawns? No. Those pawns can be used as battering rams, f4, f5, rook g1, and you've really helped white. So the normal move for me after the move queen c2 is f7, f5.
And again, this is very much in Lizzie's style. Lizzie loves making that move. I've
Yeah,
seen her
anchoring the
make.
knight.
Yeah, I've seen her so many times kind of play these e6 unorthodox systems, and she
Right.
loves to anchor that knight. And I think she did some stuff on the Dutch defense, so
A
definitely.
chessable course, you mean?
You know, a long time ago.
Oh, I see.
So-
Okay. f7, f5, and okay, if I'm in Irina's shoes, castles, I'm assuming you want to maintain the knight on the e4 square for as long as possible. Castles, castles. And now comes a real moment of truth, I would say. One move is to play knight to d2 and immediately challenge for supremacy of the e4 square. Another move is to keep as many pieces on the board as possible and play knight e1 with the idea of f3 and e4 and boot the knight away.
And that's exactly what you have to do, right? Because if you don't, then
Right.
black is simply sliding the queen over to the queen
or
side.
rook lift. And
Yeah.
I've played many games on both sides, and I remember in particular one game that I had in the candidates tournament against Vasily Smyslov, where I did a rook lift, rook f6, rook to h6 prematurely. And d4, d5 came and electrocuted my position, and I was very, very lucky, scrambled for a draw. But these games, these strategic closed games, have a great appeal to me. We'll keep an eye on this one as we turn it back to Nasi for insights on the openings of round 3. We did see knight e2.
I was going to compliment you on your guessing abilities.
I was lucky it's going to be. I had no idea.
Yeah, I was monitoring this game. I was curious to see what Mariya was gonna do after move 3, and she didn't play the main common move e5. She ended up choosing the knight e2 line that Yasser mentioned earlier. D takes e. Let's see. There's still plenty of games here, over 2,000.
Wow.
To be accurate. So a3 takes knight c6. And yeah, this is still quite popular. d5 looks a bit tempting before black manages to play knight f6 or knight e7. But let's take a look. If d5 takes, queen d5 is the main move here. And of course, if queen d5, the problem is the pawn on c7. We definitely don't want to allow that. So instead, here black responds with bishop e6, queen takes e4, and knight f6. So white does have the bishop pair, but we're a little bit behind in development. Our queen developed a bit too early, and we're going to lose some tempo now because of it.
Exactly.
So let's say queen h4. Idea is if black castles, I believe white goes bishop g5, and this can be unpleasant, following up with bishop d3 and threats on h7. But I think after queen h4, black has a very nice response, queen to d4.
Yes.
Centralizing the queen, offering the trade. In this case, black knight would be the one coming after our pawn on c2. So this position is definitely equal. White doesn't have any advantage. But instead of d5, I think maybe Mariya will choose bishop b5 option. This way, more pieces stay on the board for a while. No quick trades. Sorry, I clicked on something.
So bishop b5, and then what happens after bishop e5? I'll go through the line with you.
I think knight g to e7 is the main move.
Knight g e7. Okay, so I'm defending the knight, and I'm assuming knight takes. Although I do see there's an awkward move, queen d5, that I would be facing in case of knight takes.
Yes, so instead of knight e4,
don't play knight e4.
Bishop g5 first.
Bishop g5 first.
Yes.
Okay, f6.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you're comfortable making that move f6.
Yes, in fact, I played in the, well, I don't know if they called it the Reykjavik Open. I actually think it was called the Icelandic Open, and Thornstein's, and I was on the black side, and I very quickly played f5. So I thought f6, and I think I just simply played f5 after he retreated his bishop, and I ended up playing castles. And guess what? I was a pawn up. And won.
Okay, that's what we wanted to know.
Yeah. The queen h5 check. This is the line.
Yes.
And let's take a look at their previous head-to-head scores. It's very evenly balanced. 3 wins apiece, 5 draws. Wow, that is as close as can be, guys.
It truly is. Finish the thought for us, Nancy. It was queen h5 you wanted to show us.
Queen h5 check, and here black has to respond with either g6 or knight g6. If g6, white goes queen h6, and no more castle for black. But you can fake castle. This is what I call it when you go king f7, and then later, if queen is kicked out, you can do rook f8 and king g8.
Gotcha.
But of course, white is going to castle long here, and I don't know if that extra pawn is worth this. Having the king on f7.
Oh, those doubters.
You're giving Yasser an existential crisis there.
Right. But here I do agree. There's compensation in f2, f3, bishop c4, d5. You've got a fair amount of initiative.
Might be coming with
g4 as well.
To go after your central pawns.
But this is all required after knight c6, right? Because knight c6, you have to play bishop b5 to try to get an advantage.
The game, yes. Yeah. But let's check after queen h5, knight g6 instead. That's a better move than pawn g6. This way, black keeps the option of castling. White castles long, black castle short, and we have very, very sharp position after d5. Computer prefers white slightly, even though white's down a pawn.
Interesting.
So maybe this was a very good choice by Mariya. She thought about it for a while and moved 3. And now maybe she will end up getting a very pleasant position out of the opening.
Well, certainly she couldn't have expected the French, like, okay, it might have been as a possible line. And these days, to catch your opponent in an opening is so difficult. Everybody is so incredibly well prepared. But boy, I was going to say that this is the ancient part of my chess library. This is not what I would call the modern, quiet French variation. We're going to keep an eye on this one, as I got going to just go around the horn a little bit.
We're missing one game. We haven't checked in on the two Annas.
Indeed.
Anna Zatonskih against
the Anna Championship. Yes. Something of that nature. Okay, we saw a London system with bishop f4, c5 was played, e3, and very quickly captures bishop g4. And at first blush, I was thinking, are we in a Caro-Kann of some kind where we traded and played knight c3? And I thought, no, we wouldn't get here. Bishop g4, we love it when there's a knight already planted on f3, because then we just get to develop in a pin. Maybe the downside of this early bishop g4 is we do get to play the move f3. And very much like the game between Alice Lee and Harika, if you do move back with your bishop, you are inviting, these pawns assaults with g4, h4, and a flash attack, if you will, on the flank. And I don't want to particularly play that type of position as black. So on a drop back with bishop to d7, and I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it. And well, now Anna Zatonskih is considering what to do. And I'm seeing from the database that the main move is actually to develop the bishop to d3.
Bishop to d3.
Makes a lot of sense.
And knight c6, I'm assuming?
Yeah, knight c6 would be optimal. And then
knight e2, defending the pawn. Oops, sorry. And now the key question is, should I be playing e7, e6 and entombing my own bishop, or should I be aspiring to play, I don't know, g6? I guess e6 is maybe the
e6 is a bit more solid, right? Because after g6, you are inviting flank attacks with h4, g4.
Exactly. So e7, e6, and this is more or less a main line. For me, if I were on the white side of this position, I might find myself more intrigued by castling long early, leaving my bishop on f1. So I might find myself attracted to the move queen d2, knight c6, castles. What compels me to do this? My pawn on f3. My pawn on f3. If my king were on g1, I might feel comfortable, but not so comfortable once my pawn is on f3. With my pawn on f3, I'm thinking I'm going to leverage it to play g4 and h4, and I will try to put my king on b1. And yes, much like the Kosteniuk game, there's the half-open c-file. I'll put my king on the queen side, and a big fight.
Absolutely. Actually, that's the second alternative.
Is it?
It absolutely is. And exactly the same idea. Castle queen side. Just keep pushing those pawns on the king side and just enjoy the space.
Right. Okay. Keep an eye on that one. We're going to go to Alexandra and Nana's game, because they did bishop e3. They're following the suggestion, but here Alexandra decided that she didn't like the looks of b5, and she decided to challenge black on the queen side right away with the move a4. Now, my limited knowledge of this line at the Taimanov is normally you don't want to do that, because actually the move b5, b4 is more than a little annoying. The pawn is actually very, very good on b4. So let's play a move, knight a2. I'm not interested in capturing this pawn so much as I am in maintaining my pawn on b4. Rook b8. You don't really want to play c3 and open up my rook. It might land on b4 one day. And if you just try to play as if, like, okay, you've got this pawn on b4, it's actually not that easy for white to do that. And as Nasi showed us, when the knight is no longer on c3, I'm not afraid of e5. Because the move e5 actually just bumps my knight to a far better position. And again, here we can see that the pawn is being disruptive.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about a4.
This
Please.
has been played before. I just want to point out that
Yes.
after b4, knight a2.
Oh, a knight a2.
Absolutely recommended. Rook b8, again, supporting the pawn on b4. And here, everyone seems to be playing queen a7. Yeah, exactly. That's why I wanted to draw your attention, because, you know...
Queen a7.
Yeah, it was much more logical to develop the light square bishop, but nope.
Queen a7.
Yep.
Okay. Intriguing move. Queen a7. I'm not exactly sure what to make of that move. You don't normally see white trying to instigate the trade of queens from that square.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I usually go like queen g3, and I'm usually matched by queen g6.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Okay, I'll play like Irina, in this case, bishop to d6. Sure, we can trade queens. Let me do it on my terms. Remember, yesterday, Irina had that nice development with a bishop on d6 and a knight on g6. How would this line go? I'm assuming bishop d6 is a main move.
The bishop
against
d6
queen.
is actually not the main move.
Not
I mean,
the
there's
main
only
move,
been
sorry.
a handful of games, so I mean,
I guess
there's
then
not a
that
great
case,
pool.
it must be
Yeah, it is queen takes queen.
bishop takes, rook must go,
Yes, and then
bishop
just
must...
just move the bishop back. Hang on, let me just make sure.
Interesting line to show you.
Please,
when you're discussing this.
bishop to d6?
So the reason why bishop d6 doesn't work is because white is winning a pawn.
No.
It's a tactic. So queen takes. It's a very unusual way to
win a pawn.
Bishop a7, rook a8, bishop d4, and double attack on g7 b4.
That is... well, I still have e5. Is
e5, bishop c5.
and then
This is
a5.
positionally looking really bad.
Yeah, I may not lose a pawn, but may
might
not
have
be
lost
happy with
everything else,
You
though.
have
I lost the pawn. And yeah. Oh, wow.
So
That's
if-
a cute line, actually.
Yeah. And another line I want to show you, so why play queen a7? If we simply develop bishop d3,
Right.
black can play knight f6, and next move they're actually playing e5. And then you have to play queen c4 and still offer a queen trade, but this is a worse variation of it.
With
because
the pawn
our
on
e4
3.
is hanging. So queen is just not great on d4 if we're playing bishop d3.
And that's why they're playing queen a7, just to
But
get
I'll
the queen
say,
out of the way.
if you have to play queen a7 this early, it just means that white doesn't really have an advantage.
No.
Rook a8, bishop d4, and let's just say bishop e7, and it's already black has equalized.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, still
Thank
an
you.
interesting choice there from
Queen
Kosteniuk, because there
A7.
is a potential pitfall for Nana to stumble into. And I also just want to mention that we're having a lot of fun in our St. Louis
Yes, we
studio,
are.
analyzing the game, following the action. But you two can also join in the fun. So we are welcoming your questions, and the best questions do win prizes. And you can send us your questions using the hashtag on Twitter, or X as it's known these days, with the hashtag Cairns Cup. And on that subject, we actually do have a question. So you can ask the commentators anything. Bring it on.
And what about the best answers? What kind of prize do the best answers get?
They get prizes after goodies. After 2 rounds, what is your assessment of the participants' performance? Will one of the participants win the title before the end of the official date, or will the fate remain unknown until the end of the final round?
I feel playoffs in the air. I don't know what it is. It just feels like the ladies are just fighting so hard. I would be surprised if there's not a playoff.
Okay. I think there will be a decisive
Winner.
before the event finishes.
Before round 9?
Yeah,
or
before round 9.
Even before
I
round
suspect
9.
there might be a runaway
So-
leader.
so-
Because you can feel that there's people are on the verge of gaining momentum. You know, you can see with Irina. Irina's had 2 fantastic positions. If she manages to put a win together, I can see that going on to better things.
Break the tie. Nancy. It's up to you.
I'm with Jovi here.
Oh, you guys teaming up against me. Where's my human resource department?
We're going to have a runaway leader.
Really?
And I'm thinking if 10 continues to play which way she has been, that she's definitely a contender to win the tournament before 9 rounds.
And what has been the winner score traditionally in these
Between
events?
6 and 7. I mean, last year it was 6 because unfortunately, Humpy Canary had to withdraw. So
that's right. I remember
became
that. Yeah.
1. And Valentina Gonina won with 7 points.
That's a big score.
That's a huge score.
Yeah, that's +5. Oh my gosh. Now there's your runaway winner right there. Okay. Well, thank you for the question. And yes, we'll. I'm surprised you guys didn't support me on the playoffs. I think, it's...
Where's our loyalty?
I'm
sorry, Yasser.
Here we go. Jumping to the game of Irina and Elisabeth Castles, the ladies did achieve the position that was foretold. And here is a very key moment for White. Again, this knight on e4, what Black ideally would like White to do is basically nothing. Do not move. Do not injure the position. Please allow me to play the moves. d6, knight to d7, rook f6, rook h6, and I promise you, you will be checkmated. There will be no question. You will get destroyed. So from White's point of view, even though strategically you look at it, there's no threats, there's no danger in the position, actually it is a slow iceberg-like danger. So the key thing is it's the knight on e4. That's been the stronghold, and we want to get rid of that knight. So traditionally, we've done it by playing knight d2 directly, and my choice had always been to play knight f3 to e1 to keep the pieces on the board, and then to go f3 and e4. Irina has actually been thinking for, dare I say it, 30 minutes?
Yeah, she's been surprised perhaps by this opening choice and maybe feeling uncomfortable. But knight e1 looks very natural. But I was going to ask you,
please,
what does Black do? So you kind of mentioned that if White doesn't do anything,
d6,
then you get
d7.
Do you ever go queen e8, queen h5? Because that's what I'm drawn to.
Not necessarily. If we go back just one move, actually I'm going to go back to this moment, queen c2. If we go back to this moment, it very oftentimes happens this sort of strategy, knight to g5. Okay. So the idea behind this is as simple as it looks. We want to open up this diagonal and blast this diagonal wide open. Knight takes g5, queen takes g5, because in a certain way, I want to answer your question is, White, do you play queen e8 and queen h5 from the game position? Most often, the queen finds itself drawn to the g5 and h4 squares, so that it's not necessary for you to lose that tempo. Okay. So if we go to the game position, talk, and like this, it very often times happens like in this type of thing. Again, we don't have to play queen e8. We can just immediately...
She can come in one go.
In one go, exactly. And if you don't do that, for example, if you go here, one of the things that you can do is, once again, as you said, in one go, you can have attacking looking positions like this. The queen's already leading, if you will.
And okay, I was going to ask you both, in this type of situation, when you've been caught unawares,
right?
How dangerous is this for White?
Well, actually...
Because it looks scary, right? The queen really sniffing around on h4.
It really is dangerous. Now, the thing is, it's just your experience factor. If you're not experienced, you can lose this position as White literally without making a mistake. Like, you didn't make a mistake. Like, for example, you see this position as White. And by the way, knight d2 was played by Irina, so it does show that she has some understanding about this position, maybe some experience. Like, imagine as White, you were thinking to yourself, my a2 pawn is weak. My a2 pawn I don't like my a2 pawn. I want to trade it off. So you might think to yourself, I should play a4. And you might think d6, a5, knight d7, and you might think, I've done myself a solid service. I've actually traded off a weakness, and I've improved my position. And in the strangest way, you haven't.
Yeah.
You actually allowed Black to make those quiet moves I've been talking about, and she's going to bring her pieces all the way over to the king side. And again, it's very, very easy to lose this position and not even have an understanding why.
True.
Another very, very bad idea, and I've seen this happen in lots of tournament games. People get the idea that their bishop belongs on A3. Like, hey, it's active.
Well, it has a square,
It
right?
has, yeah, and it's a
diagonal.
tempo and everything like that. And then they go after rook f6, for example, just putting some moves on the board. Rook e1. They go here as white. I thought I was much better. I've developed all my pieces. I've connected my rooks. Everybody's in play. Your piece is on the queen side. Well, I won't use a vulgar expression, but haven't moved. Mm-hmm. So why aren't I better as white? Well, strategically speaking, you might be lost. It's just like, it's like the funniest thing. You kind of go, okay, but what's white's plan?
But there's other side to
Yes,
this as
please.
well. I've played this position with white and black.
Okay.
And sometimes with black, you get carried away with your attack.
Yes, you do.
And then if white defends really well, doesn't make a mistake, your attack fizzles, and then your position just collapses completely. White gets f3, e4, takes control over the center, your active pieces get traded off, and you're left with nothing.
Okay, so taking the game position right now, Lizzie
Right.
has just essayed the queen out to h4.
Well, knight d2 was played, again, attacking the e4 square, the stronghold. I'm more accustomed, I want to say, to seeing the captures. Queen h4 was played by Lizzie. Yes, please take it away.
Tempo, yeah.
So this is still part of her prep.
This is definitely still part of her prep, rather. So here I'm looking at maybe white goes f3.
Okay.
Boot the knight out.
Right, let's do it.
And then what happens next? I mean, how dangerous is this for white?
f3, okay.
Okay, look, I was just winging it. I'm
No,
not
it's
familiar
fine.
with this type of
No.
position, so...
Yeah, well, again, let's have a look. I'm not saying that knight takes, bishop takes, knight c6 is, over the moon, wonderful for white or something like that. No. It's just a completely different line of play. I'm more with the idea what Nasi was talking about, playing a move like knight g5 and watching my attack fizzle and dying on the vine, everything else. I suspect that after knight g5, there is a problem in this position, and the specific problem is f4. The problem is the knight can't now return to e4 unless you have queen g4.
I mean, it looks really scary, right?
Queen g4 might be. This is kind of.
This is very scary, yes.
Okay.
I'm not touching
Hold on.
this one.
Then I might have to go back. Let's just
So keep going.
keep going, because I fizzle.
Yes, f4, queen g4, and you have one strong move here that blocks the bishop.
Oh, don't tell me it's.
Yeah.
d5, your old friend, Yasser.
Vasily Smyslov. He was the hand.
Okay, but we have actually some moves. So f3 was indeed played.
Knight takes d2.
Knight takes d2.
Knight takes d2 was played.
Yeah, here
And
white would have
d6.
been much better.
After
knight
the
d5.
d5. Okay. So queen h4. Irina said, I'm booting the knight. Get out of dodge. Knight takes d2. Bishop takes d2. d7, d6. Again, Elisabeth is playing so very quickly. We're still in book, Nasi.
Yes, there's still 50 games in this position.
Tell us what's the latest and greatest of the opening theory at this moment?
And Elisabeth is very well prepared. She still hasn't spent any time
At all,
in the
huh?
opening. So main move here is rook e1,
Okay.
knight d7, and just e4. Now, as soon as I see e4, I like white immediately.
You do? Okay.
I do, but black doesn't have to take. They can play f4
Okay.
and keep the position somewhat closed. There's a couple of moves here. e5, according to the engine, is the best.
Okay.
With this strange idea, after d takes e, we're not taking it back. We're keeping the e file open and just playing rook e2.
to that point, why don't you take on e5? That would be a strategic disaster for white, right?
These pawns are absolutely terrible. We have separated pawns, isolated a2, doubled pawns on c file, and even e5 pawn, because it's so separated from the f3 pawn, it's a weakness.
And after knight c5, black can look at the future with great confidence. She has the much better bishop, hence you play the move rook e2, and to keep the tension.
Yeah, rook e2's idea is also bishop e1 to kick this queen out of here. And actually, bishop e1 kind of eyes the h7 pawn.
Okay, rook f6, I'll play along.
Rook f6, bishop e1,
Queen h5.
queen h5, I'm going to guess, and h3. Probably
Dang.
this move. You should be happy because you're up a pawn.
I kind of am. I think I am. Okay, rook h6. Let's just...
Still continuing with this?
I don't know.
I might trade your good pieces very quickly.
Okay, bishop takes. Bishop takes,
queen takes.
rook f8. This is what Nasi was saying. You get this great attack, and then it fizzles, and then all your pieces are stranded.
But instead of rook h6, like
you didn't like
no.
It was bold.
Sorry.
It was creative,
yeah,
imaginative.
Yeah, very safe.
I kind of liked, you're switching it up a little bit, maybe centralizing the rook, putting it on d8.
Okay.
Yes, that's definitely better for black. Bishop f2, and it's a positional compensation for the pawn.
Okay.
It's going to be like a slow maneuvering game. No one wants to touch these pawns. No one takes on d4 or e5.
And if black ever goes c5, is that then the moment to...
Still, white doesn't have to respond.
Unbelievable.
Because white would be very happy if black were to take on d4 twice and open up at the position, because then two bishops would actually become quite strong.
My goodness, I'm looking at this position. I would be frightened of bishop f3 and rook h6, and
This
these
is interesting, yes.
these types of queen h3 or rook h6. Yeah, these types of sacrifices. How many pawns am I getting?
Rook h6, there is rook h2.
But
I have 3 pawns already.
Right, and d4 is hanging. So
the question is, if you are forced to go to the end game, then those 3 pawns are not good enough.
Okay, I'll take twice on d4 in this position, Nasi.
Do you know what?
Rook h2, I'm going after your h7.
Yeah.
Okay, I can live with that. Queen f3.
Okay.
Take.
Bishop e2 first.
Last time I went through this routine, my queen ended up in
I remember it danced
Timbuktu.
all over the board. It's kind of, but it's
It
still
might happen again.
like. But what I wanted to say though about this type of position, though, we do know that Lizzie, she's playing very quickly.
Her preparation.
She knows that what to do, and this is in her preparation. Whereas Irina, taking her time.
Exactly.
So these type of attacks that you're mentioning, that you just saw played out, that's going to be running through Irina's mind.
Exactly.
And if she's not studied the position, maybe she may make kind of too cautious decisions.
Exactly, and well, she's playing it very, very slowly as these positions. She's basically been caught a little bit out. I wanted to ask you, as we've seen this move d6, and I understand rook e1 and that whole pawn sacrifice, Nasi, that was pretty intriguing. The move that catches my eye is d5. I mean, I really want to, I want to break up black's pawn structure, and I would love to trade my double pawn on c4.
d5?
Yeah, just talk to me about this one.
The downside is that we're giving away c5 square, of course.
Agreed.
So black could immediately go knight a6.
Okay.
Not help you fix the double pawns.
And I'm a
if
pawn.
you take on e6,
Yeah.
first I guess I have to defend the f5 pawn. I can't play knight c5, so I have to spend a move, making a move g6.
Okay.
But next move, definitely knight is coming to c5, and I will get the e6 pawn back.
Okay, so
It will be better.
just to continue, the final thought is that after I play the move e4, you're taking
F4.
on.
I'm playing f4.
You're playing f4.
Yes.
Okay, you're trying to shut down my bishops.
Ooh,
I don't
hang
like
on a
that.
second. You guys are predicting the future. D5 indeed played by Irina.
Irina. Okay.
So we might-
I'm assuming this is also in theory. I don't think D5's a novelty.
It might be. D5 already, oh, there's 6 games, but
Okay.
I'm looking at the statistics. It doesn't look like it ended well for white.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not an inspiring move, and I think the engine just doesn't like it. I mean,
Yeah, it
I'm
might
seeing,
be a positional mistake, but Lizzie does have to find knight e6.
but it's attractive. You're thinking that I want to break up this team. Let's go down that pathway once more. Knight a6, very good move, by the way. I like that move a lot. Capturing on e6, g6, e4. We were just looking at the position after f4, and again, I'm trying to maybe wrongfully, blast open the position for my bishops. e5,
It's actually the computer's first line, so it's a
Okay.
good try. D takes e,
d takes, and bringing the rook into
and then queen heads back to f6.
queen heads back to f6. Okay.
Yeah,
Dang,
the
I-
knight's still
Yeah.
coming.
I
The
want to
knight's
play
coming to
bishop
see-
takes c3 so badly.
It would be a brilliant move.
Thank you. I think so.
You're a grandmaster.
The
You might be
bishop-
allowed these things.
Exactly. Well, the children, when I try to make a move like bishop c3, boy, they stop me from doing that, and I tease them mercilessly. I just came to a dead end. That's not a good line of play for me. Knight a6. Jovi, what is Irina going to do? I'll turn
Well,
the
first,
wheels.
Lizzie has to find the move.
I think she will.
And
I mean,
I
she'll
think
be
she
familiar. She'll be very familiar. She's played all of her moves underneath 4 minutes thus far as her clock ticks to a minute 56.
But now she's taking a pause.
Right, because d5 is actually not the best move, and she's
Exactly,
probably trying to
perhaps
figure
she
out
hasn't looked at it.
why. I did everything consequential. I mean, Irina's just played the move d5 to break up the team. So this capture seems pretty natural. The move g6 now, boy, what else can I do? Can I play like Petrosian and open up the long diagonal for my bishop? At the cost of a pawn, of course. So the line I'm looking at
You
is
can c5, right?
Exactly. You guessed it right away.
Because I was looking at it myself.
Right.
Because of all the lines,
I mean,
it's very frustrating.
As Nasi has been mentioning, those lines we've seen white sacrifice a pawn. Here, the dream, of course, is getting this battery on the long diagonal. Glorious checkmate awaits at the end of the rainbow, but it is rainbows. I mean, it's a long, long stretch that might never occur. Don't like it. Don't like it for Irina. I think that Elisabeth's opening choice has paid nice dividends for her, and she has a very good position.
Okay, I agree.
Let's move around.
Can we revisit the game between Alice and Harika?
Let's do it. When we left it, we saw the move g5 in, I tell you, these opening names, the slow Slav. Why don't they call it the sluggish Slav? What do you think? Could I trademark that?
Yeah, go for it. I mean,
Doesn't
I'm
sound
down
inspiring.
for giving.
Buy my new book, The Sluggish Slav. You know,
I
improve
genuinely thought that it was called the slow Slav.
slow.
Like, help me out, guys.
I know. I mean,
am I wrong?
I'm struggling as well. Knight b6, bishop. Whoa, bishop f1 by Alice. Okay, I understand that bishops like the long diagonal, but bishop f1, bishop b4, bishop d2. I've got to believe that this is. Now, see, are we still in the throes of opening theory here? This looks so peculiar to me.
Yeah, this is already a new position.
It is a new position.
Yes, it
Where
is
was the novelty, if you don't mind me
Let's
asking?
check. So
E5. Sorry,
E5?
I
You
jumped
looked?
the gun. Yeah, because I was so enthusiastic about this position that I was like, well, bishop f1, is that a new move?
So queen e7 has been played before, and as Jovi said, e5 was a novelty.
Okay.
But looks like after queen g4, maybe white's tiny bit better. And I liked Alice's bishop f1.
You did? Why?
Bishop going to g2. I've seen this in. I'm gonna keep calling this slow Slav now because I play this a lot. Used to play it more, and yeah, I've done this many times. It's first it surprises your opponent,
Right.
and then bishop ends up being really good on this diagonal because if she went to, let's say, b3, it just remains on the closed diagonal. There is not. Also, not to forget there was a tactic here. Just want to show quickly. There's the tactic available, so bishop f1 actually might be necessary. I've seen bishop e2 as well,
Right.
but bishop definitely comes back somewhere on this diagonal. So bishop f1, bishop d2, e5, and we do have a new move, queen e7 on the board. Let's see if this transposed. Nope.
No.
It is a new position, and now, according to the engine, if Alice plays a3 first,
Kicking the bishop or
Would you
asking the
take?
bishop.
or go bishop a5, both are playable.
Wow, bishop a5. I didn't even consider
He
it.
takes d4
I
is
was thinking
possible as
bishop
well.
d6.
I was thinking bishop c3, but
And e takes d4 is also playable.
and e takes d4. Okay, I'll defer to the engine in this case. Normally, I would challenge.
E takes d, and this is an interesting position. 2 knights versus 2 bishops.
Okay.
But the knights are quite good. This can come to e5.
These Chigorin knights versus the two bishops.
White king now, where is it going to be safe?
It's not clear to me. Queenside doesn't look safe.
Then kingside.
Kingside, you can go bishop g2.
And
And you're getting ready to meet knight e5 with queen e4. The queen is the plaster that holds everything together.
the plaster.
But it's going to be so hard to capture.
Queen e2. What happened to the plaster?
I was going to put her on e4, but okay.
Okay.
But queen e2 maybe.
I think f5 might be
Yeah,
the
F5 is
problem.
f5, then didn't really
The
work.
queen was too powerful in the
Yeah.
middle of the board. It was going to get kicked
Yeah,
away.
this position may be e4.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, this is exciting. Quickly, what's the lifetime? How do they match up? Now, again, 14 years old. They couldn't have that many games between them.
Okay, it comes as no surprise that there have been no previous matchups between the pairs. So we can see that Alice does have half a point, whereas Harika has 1.5 points after her win against Alexandra Kosteniuk yesterday. And when it comes to FIDE rating,
They are even. Statistically, only 5 rating points between them, but that doesn't sound right. That sounds, well, okay.
I think
We'll
Alice
double
might
check
have
on that one.
might be generous with the rating. But,
Very good. We've reached that time in our broadcast where we're ready to take our first break. But before we do that, we always like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique to see what they have. And you can commemorate the 2024 Cairns Cup with this iconic souvenir sweater. Trust me when I say it's really, really nice. It feels really good on the skin. It features the Cairns Cup logo on the front and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back of the neck. It is available in both men's and women's styles. Stay cozy. Show your love for chess with this must-have piece. It's available at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs. And Begim got a chance to sit down with Irina Krush for an interview. Take a look and we'll see you on the other side of the break. Feels good?
It does feel good, right?
Hi, Irina. It's great to see you here in St. Louis.
Thank you, Big. It was great to be here with you.
What are your thoughts on Nona Gaprindaishvili being here, the first female grandmaster in St. Louis for the Cairns Cup?
Yeah, I think it's wonderful that the St. Louis Chess Club has decided to honor her here and to invite her. It's very exciting. She's an inspirational figure, and she's someone who's kept her passion for the game into her older years, right? So I think she's definitely an inspiring figure for all of us ladies.
Irina, also you played the Summer Chess Classic before this tournament. Was it a good warm-up for you? How do you feel going into this tournament?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question because that was a rough tournament for me in a lot of ways. I think there's certainly some clear lessons that I learned in that tournament. So on one hand, given that I didn't do very well, you don't have like that confidence, right, of having a good tournament. On the other hand, you did get the warm up and you did get the lessons, right? So it's a question, right? Which one is going to serve you better? Obviously, I just hope that I got the really big mistakes out of the way at the Summer Classic.
So were you working on your chess or your mistakes during the
Few
small,
days.
Small break?
Yeah, the little breaks. I mean, yeah, I definitely did some chess. Did I do a massive amount? Not so much, but certainly some rest and also some chess. And yeah, try to address some of my weaker areas. But who knows what you can fix in a couple of days, right?
And also, I know that you take walks every day during a tournament. What's your routine in general?
Yeah,
I have seen you walking around in St. Louis every day.
Yeah,
so.
every day. That is true. That is a part of my daily routine, both at tournaments and in life in general. So I would say I definitely have a post-dinner walk.
Yeah.
Right. That's usually how I time it. And usually in Forest Park, it's such a beautiful park. And I've even seen deer in this park on my walks, right? Which is kind of a rare thing because you could walk there for years and never see a deer. But I saw a deer there recently, so that was cool. So generally, yeah, that's a part of what I'm doing every day here. Maybe some kind of other exercise, but that's maybe not as regular as the walk.
Irina, you also commentated quite a bit lately, and then you have been commentating. I've seen you commentating with Vishwanathan Anand, the former world champion. That was great.
Yeah,
and
thanks for bringing up those pleasant memories.
You're also a professional chess player, commentator, and you mention a lot about your students. You teach as well. How do you see yourself in the future?
Yeah, well, it's still an open question, I think. But, I do love to play. And so I don't really see myself retiring anytime soon. I think I will actually try to make more of an effort in that area. I've been moving that way towards playing more after a period of not playing so much for some years. So I think, it's a little tricky to keep everything balanced. But I would say that I'll make more of an effort to play, these big events and prepare for them, and somehow manage that with my YouTube channel and the commentary, which I get to do a few times a year. Definitely commentary is very enjoyable. I mean, I love it, and commentating with amazing players like Vichy is a real treat, and it's a treat and a workout for the mind at the same time. So I, definitely appreciate those opportunities. I hope to get more of them in the future.
So what do you do to stay on top of your game for so long? Many? Is there any special things that you do that you can pass on to new generation, to girls that wanna play just professionally and maybe struggling?
Yeah, well, you gotta keep training, and I would say that, to be honest, there is a cost to doing different things, and when you don't put in the work, there is an effect on your playing strength and your rating and all of that. So I actually feel like I still need to learn that lesson myself of what I need to do to stay at the top. But I mean, obviously it's just work and working certainly on your weaknesses. And when you put in the time, I think everything should go well.
Also, Irina, besides chess, when we take away commentating, coaching, everything playing from you, what do you do for fun?
What do I do for fun? I dance.
You dance?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Dance, yeah.
Do you take dancing?
I do.
Oh my God.
I started my hip hop dance lessons after the
No
US
way.
Championship. Oh yeah. Yeah,
True New Yorker, right?
Yeah, well, that's the kind of music I'm into, and that's kind of that's why I wanted to do this kind of dance. And I started my lessons after the US Championship, the last in 2023. So I've been doing this for a bit more than half a year now. And so yeah, I do private lessons and I dance at home. I dance here in St. Louis.
Wow.
I kind of dance a lot. Yeah, I mean,
Can we see your dance if you win the Cairns Cup?
Yeah, okay, you know what, sure. If I win the Cairns Cup,
awesome.
I think that's a promise I'll be happy to keep,
Perfect.
But yeah, it's just nice to listen to the music that you like and move to it. Recently I discovered a song, it's called Pony by Genuine. And so that's like my favorite thing to move to these days.
I will need to check that out.
Check it out.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you so much for being here, and then good luck for with your tournament.
Thank you, Begim. It's great talking to you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic.
Welcome back to round 3 of the Cairns Cup. And it's been an exciting start already to the round, Yasser.
Absolutely, and the players just getting through the opening stages, but we have seen one Elisabeth Paehtz really surprise Irina, and that's been unusual. But we do have a very special guest who will be joining us by Zoom.
She will be joining us there. We see her. She is the newly appointed Executive Director, Renee Bartlett. Renee, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Wonderful to be with you. And again, congratulations, Renee, on your appointment as the Executive Director of U.S. Chess. Tell us about it.
Hey, it's been great. This has been my first time to visit the Cairns Cup and participate in the opening ceremony. And of course, I got to hear, along with everyone else, the exciting announcement that Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield announced about her program to promote and incentivize other U.S. females to become grandmasters. So we were all very excited that evening.
Absolutely.
And can you tell us what else is happening in the world of U.S. chess right now?
Oh, absolutely. Well, we've just ended our fiscal year at the end of May, and we discovered that we had rated for the first time over 1 million games.
Wow.
Yeah, the year before we had rated over 850,000 games. So that shows you that chess continues to grow. And we're very excited about that.
Absolutely. And Renee, coming up here in St. Louis, very special educational conference. And I know that U.S. Chess partners with St. Louis and the Kasparov Foundation. Talk to us about that coming conference.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of your listeners are probably familiar with the London Chess Conference, and now this is our chance to host a chess conference here in the U.S. The St. Louis Chess Conference will be the first one, October 24th through the 26th, and we have an exciting headlines, keynote speakers of GM Maurice Ashley, GM Gary Kasparov, and GM Judith Polgar, and they're going to lead presentations alongside others who have submitted submissions and applications to present throughout the conference. So we will have plenary sessions where everyone can come together, and we will also have concurrent sessions because we've had so many submissions of high quality presenters in academia, as well as practitioners and everyone in between. The themes of the conference are education, research, and community. And we think everyone will find something of interest during that weekend.
Wow, nice. Looking forward to it.
Definitely sounds very, very exciting to have so many inspiring speakers here in St. Louis. I also wanted to ask you personally about the impact of tournaments such as this, the Cairns Cup. How do you see that affecting girls in the US?
Well, when we heard the participants at the opening ceremony, they were all so excited to be invited here because there just aren't enough events like this of this caliber that brings such talented women together to play and compete and showcase their skills. And I mentioned during the opening ceremony that events like this inspire young girls every day so that they can achieve and aspire to get to play and be invited in events like this.
Absolutely, absolutely. Upcoming is the Olympiad. It will be held in Budapest, and of course I saw Judith Polgar there as one of the key speakers. How are our Olympic team's chances? We'll be having both an open team as well as a ladies team. How are we going to do, Renee?
Hey, I'm an optimist, and I'm always excited to see the U.S. Compete in events like this. And this will be my first chance to attend an Olympiad, so I'm happy to be there to support. We have a strong team. We have sent out invitations, and we're waiting to get those back, and then we'll be able to make those announcements as well.
Thank you very much, Renee. It's very exciting that the US teams are on the verge of being announced. And I'd like to thank you for appearing on the show, and congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you so much.
Great to have you. Yeah. Thank you, Renee. As we'll dive right back into the games, and I was anxious to take a look at the game between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Nana, because Nana kind of threw down a gauntlet here. After the move knight a2, she asked her opponent, are you really threatening to take this pawn? I kind of knee-jerk answer was like, I'll defend the pawn. I will play the move rook b8 and keep the pawn on the board. I said, well, wait a minute. I don't think it's necessary. I'm going to play the move knight f6. And Alexandra says, okay, so what did you have in mind? I'm going to take this pawn on b4. Now, to my way of thinking, well, one of the things that maybe Nana wanted to do was to play the move e5. So the queen is kind of overloaded, right? You've got to defend the knight, you've got to defend the pawn. So, for example, a move like queen c3, this is unacceptable. Queen takes c3, b takes c3, knight takes e4. What have we done? This is a disaster. Yeah. No, but the problem is I'm seeing it with e5 as I do have this tricky answer, knight to d5. You attack my queen, I attack your queen. Queen a4 check, I can interpose my queen.
Exactly, step it back to d2.
Exactly, and I'm fine. So it's not e5. Is it bishop to b7? What do you think about Nana's approach here? She didn't defend the pawn.
Yeah, well, my knee-jerk reaction is that I think she was banking on e5, and she didn't calculate that the queen can drop back to d2.
Or knight to d5.
Yes.
I mean, e5, queen dropping back to d2 does encourage.
No, it was then, sorry, at the end of it.
With knight to d5. And this idea that after queen a5 check, then you, as you were about to say, your queen can drop back
Yes,
to d2.
and then the whole point-
You've snaveled a pawn
Exactly.
for free. Jump in on this one. Now, see, Sasha said, I'm attacking your pawn. You didn't defend it. I took it.
Yes, a little bit of a strange choice by Nana because I'm looking at this and the best that Engine can come up with is a5.
Now, that wasn't a move I was looking at at all.
Yeah,
No.
the idea of a5 is that now when you move the knight on d3, maybe I can take your pawn on c2. However,
Really?
after queen c2, white can keep attacking this queen.
I don't want to go.
It's deja vu for you, yes, all over.
Really?
I attack the queen now, I just start laughing. Knight c5, queen b8, bishop b5, and white's position is just much better here. So
Yeah, I'm not.
queen c2 just doesn't work immediately. So maybe black needs to develop, play bishop a6, and try
This
to
feels
take later.
wrong.
But I was thinking I can just play rook c1 and just shut it down completely. So I don't see any compensation here.
Right.
Then I considered maybe bishop b7.
Much more logical, right?
F3 and maybe immediately d5. So let's maybe punish the knight for being so awkwardly placed on b4. It's supposed to be on c3,
Okay.
and white's maybe not fully developed yet.
Okay.
And I was thinking e5 here, but then Engine told me that actually e takes is just as good. And now if bishop takes, queen takes knight d5, there's just simply queen c5 move. And
Ooh, that's a nice one.
yes, and I do get to keep the extra pawn because at the end of the line I have this move b4.
That's very, very good for white.
Yeah, this is all close to +2.
Yeah.
So I'm still thinking what might be Nana's idea.
Well, a5 just doesn't feel like
Natural.
at all. Like if you wanted to play a5, you could have done it without knight f6. So this looks like the track that she'd probably take.
And here, if she doesn't do d5 or anything drastic and just develops and castles, does she really have enough compensation for the pawn?
Can I play devil's advocate? The bishop to d6 for just a moment. Yeah, I truly am eyeballing bishop takes h2. Laugh if you must. Get it out of your system. But maybe on a good day I want to play bishop e5. Ah,
Yeah,
of
knight
course,
d3
knight
played,
d3.
I want to play this anyways.
Exactly. Then I'm walking into your shot. That was a
We
bad
could
move.
still go bishop takes h2 because you got bishop g3 check, but
I think this bishop's trapped here, unfortunately.
it looks
Yeah,
that way.
let's say you move that and I can just play rook h3.
Oops is right.
Yeah.
At first, I was getting myself excited, and then rook h3. No excitement at all. Looks good for white. Okay, so that's a challenge. And why is this game so important for both players? We'll have a look at the standings.
Exactly. Take a look. We see that there is a four-way tie for first place between Zhongyi, Harika, and Nana, who is currently playing black against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Remember, Alexandra won her first game. She lost yesterday with the black pieces, so she
Harika.
very much wants to be up there.
And bounce back.
Exactly.
And for Alexandra, she will look at the game that she played yesterday and say, I fought my way back from a lost position out of the opening, which really was an opening disaster. It was a very, very rare thing to see for Alexandra. Normally she gets these really great opening positions, but Harika just had a great
No, Harika
advantage.
had a great opening.
It was
And
bad.
somehow, there was just no way that Alexandra could come back from that. Even though visually it looked like she was surviving.
No, it really wasn't. Knight takes b4. We'll keep an eye on this one. I want to go to our marquee matchup between two of our former world champions. Of course, I'm referring to Tan and Mariya. Where are you? There you are. And this was the French defense, the peculiar French. Which chord are you going to tell me? What is the opening name of this particular French with 92? Do we know the name of this one?
I'm going to have to check.
Check it and
Check
see.
it, and knight e2.
No bishop b5, by the way. Mariya didn't want to give up her two bishops. She went d5 immediately, but this we thought and we were told.
I have the name.
Here it comes.
Does it sound familiar to you? the Alekhine Maroczy accepted Khan variation.
Whoosh! That went flying right by me. I had no idea that all of those grandmasters had their name connected with. Once
But
again,
it's ultimately okay. But it's the winner, right? It's part of the winner. The Alekhine Maroczy accepted Khan variation in the winner.
I had no idea. Queen takes d5 was played. Bishop e6. Queen takes e4. The moment I saw knight f6, and when Nasi showed us the variation, Queen h4, Queen d4, she said black had equalized. I would go a little bit further and say I would prefer to play black after the move Queen d4, because it seems to me that, well, castles and black's is superior development. She did not play that. She played Queen a4. No Queen h4. Castles right away. No Queen d4.
What's quite interesting about this position, though, is when you said when the queens come off, say Queen d4, say White just goes, yeah, well, I can't do too much about that, trade off, put the bishop on d3, and then I simply cast, or maybe go bishop e. You're going to go bishop.
I'm going to go knight
f5,
b3.
Right?
Knight b3. I'll go knight b3.
Okay, then I go bishop e3.
Okay.
Or
then
put
I'll
the
go
bishop. Put the bishop somewhere.
Right.
Maybe,
say e3.
Yeah, let's say e3.
Okay, fair. And I'll chase you down like the person I am. What I really wanted to say is that for me, whenever I'm the first to connect my rooks, I feel that I'm the one who has the edge in development. And
totally agree.
Right.
But I'm just banking on the power of the bishops.
Right, and I'm trying to deny you the power of the bishops. So, for example, should you have castled here, as just an example? Now, you mentioned bishop f5 as one possibility. I'll just mention another one. Yeah. A little bit more forcing, knight b3, rook b1. There goes your two bishops. We're going to make a draw. Trust me, this is going to be 3 versus 3. None of this happened because we saw not Queen h4. The reason that White might want to have played the move Queen h4 is she's banking on the idea of bishop g5 and bishop d3, and then you've castled into attack. In other words, the move Queen h4 discourages short castling. In the game, when Mariya played Queen a4, Tan said, well, now I have no reason to not want to castle, and I don't have to play Queen d4. Please.
And we have some moves. Bishop did develop to e2, just to kind of make sure that the king...
Bishop to d3, knight to e5, bishop to e2.
It was like that.
So that was the little in between.
Okay.
So it was bishop to d3. She got chased away. Bishop to e2, bishop to d7, and we've caught up with the players.
No, of course, If you go bishop to e2 immediately, then the knight would have jumped to the center, d4. Now, this is an interesting position because Yasser, it's our old friend of chasing the queen around, right?
I mean, I'm having nightmares.
Knight to d4, this was the...
And this is what you were mentioning. I agree with you when we talk about the open positions and the desire by, in this case, White to preserve her two bishops. Like she would like to play bishop to d3. Please don't bother me for a while. Let me get in my moves, castles. Let me play rook e1, and slowly, my two bishops will give me an advantage. Tan, on the other hand, says, no, I recognize that your two bishops are long-term advantages. So what I want to do is harass them and, in fact, trade them. For me, it was a little bit curious, this move, bishop d7. Everything we just said prescribes to our audience that you should play the move bishop g4.
Yes.
If you've got the two bishops and I want to deny you the two bishops...
But then you have a situation where it would be a bishop and knight.
Okay.
Against two knights.
Okay.
And the knights don't have anchors.
Please, jump in.
Yes.
Sure.
White could just deny the trade and just play f3 here.
But then, bishop to d7, you're back in the game?
Yes, you could definitely do that. But I don't know if this inclusion of f3 actually benefits black or not. According to the engine, White's slightly better after f3.
Really?
Very hard to understand for us, because normally we consider this to be an ugly move. We don't want to have to make
Right.
that move. But here, for some reason, in some lines, when black starts to chase our queen, we just go queen f2. And
The
just-
benefit of F3. I told you, don't provoke F3. Wow, I would have said 100% that I would much rather have my pawn on F2. I'm with Ben Feingold 100%. Never, ever, ever, ever play F3.
f3 or f6, right?
Right?
Yes.
F6 or F3.
I always tell my students the same thing. Don't touch that pawn.
But bishop G4,
But actually what Tan played is very good. She has equalized completely after queen d4, rook e8. It's just triple zeros no matter where this bishop develops, e3, f4, or g5, all triple zeros. There is this one interesting line, if bishop f4,
Okay.
developing with the tempo. I was expecting just knight g6, which
right,
is a
returns
good
the
move.
tempo, yeah?
Definitely a good move, but black has an interesting continuation. Could try to sacrifice a pawn. Someone who likes to sacrifice pawns, this line caught my eye. What do you think, Yasser?
Take it, yes.
Well, this one, okay, I'm starting to feel a little bit weird. Okay, queen d2.
Right, so just to show people what happens if bishop c4.
No, double check.
Double check, including a 4, queen in the queen. So after rook c4, queen has to go to d2.
Right.
And here, this Sicilian sacrifice, rook c3.
Wow.
So if we take with the queen, I believe what follows is knight to d5. Let's say queen d2 back, trades. And white's problem is that king is still on e1. And that's what black's using as a compensation. So there's a lot
Ultra
of
crazy.
tactics here.
Wow.
And white's the one who has to be careful to not lose here.
That's an amazing line. I mean,
tank
from the whole
try.
c5
Just to kind of just
flow.
indulge me a little bit, moving it one move. I just wanted to know
One
whether
move
queen d2
before?
was the way to save.
You can go queen g3 but or queen d4 and it
Yeah.
would still be the same line. Yeah, knight f4.
Yes,
should be
and
fine, yeah.
well, speaking of Tan Zhongyi, let's take a look at the stats. Well, they're being compiled by our resident statistician, Ben Underwood, and you can see
After
that
2 rounds,
beautiful color.
yeah.
Tan Zhongyi is white, and
Tan's chances of winning
37%
increase.
chance to win.
Yes, since round 1. Now, Kosteniuk has slipped her piece of the pie, if you will, and went down from like 16% to 9% because she's sitting at 50%. My choice.
But Alice Lee is down to 0.1%, and
Poor Anna.
I'm very happy though that Anna's been given a slither of a chance because she was on 0% before, now it's 0.1%.
Well, she started with 2 very, very painful losses with the black pieces. But I'm intrigued by the current position between Mariya and Tan after the move rook e8. That line again that we were being shown, that was with bishop. How did it all get started? I think it was bishop f4, c5.
Take the pawn.
Queen takes c5.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. Now, even if I had gotten this far, and I'm not saying I don't think I would have chased this at all until I had seen the move rook c4. Rook c4, suddenly my ears, my eyes kind of perk up because there is that beautiful double check winning the queen on d4, right? But then I see queen to d2. And I understand that white is one tempo away from not only consolidating, but seizing the initiative as well. Okay, I see the move rook c3. I mean, I really do. I see the move rook c3. And in my mind's eye, I see queen c3, knight d5. Once again, I go all the way down to this primrose path, and I'm saying, what am I doing? What am I doing? White's one move away from castling. I do not see the move bishop b5. What I do see is the move knight g6, because I'm thinking to myself, you know, I'm cruising.
But
Then
you're
I
going to
see
be in for a
queen.
cold shower after queen d2.
Right, and that's when I stop. That's when I stop. I say, okay, I'm not going to play c5. I'm not going to sacrifice the exchange. Rewind, it doesn't work.
Yes.
I don't see the move bishop b5 because somehow that move, you know, I see that white is threatening to castle one way or the other. And the move bishop b5, I don't find intuitive. It's like that's like blind.
This brings me on to a question. It's often said that great attackers are actually not the best calculators. They would never, ever calculate such a line in such depth. Instead, it's very much based on intuition and just coordinating the pieces. It's in fact the positional players, I've heard it be said, that are the best calculators.
I can't speak to that. For me, the great calculators were Vishy Anand, Garry Kasparov. Today's calculators, Fabi is just, for me, just phenomenal. I just don't know how they do it. I think they're guided by their own pattern recognition, their experience, their knowledge, but something intuition, and I don't like using that word because I think it's more training. They train really, really hard. But for me, a lot of those moves were doubtful. Like, I don't go down these rabbit holes. But I'm kind of blocked. This move, bishop b5, I don't find intuitively. And I assume that, as Nasi was saying, that white has to be ultra careful. But this one was whoop, way above my pay grade. Let's go back to the game between Irina and Elisabeth. What do you have for us?
So after the questionable move d5 that Irina made,
yes,
Elisabeth thought for 40 minutes
40
on one move, but she did find the best move in the position. She played knight a6.
Okay.
So she must have considered a lot of different options.
Exactly.
Calculated and evaluated the end of these lines and came probably to the same conclusion as we did, that after knight a6, black is positionally better.
Right.
And now Irina has a tough job to figure out how to not keep getting worse and worse.
So wait a minute. So Irina had been behind on the clock by 40 minutes. Elisabeth decided that she wanted to catch up, and now has Irina also fallen into a stupor here? She didn't respond immediately to knight a6.
Lisa just made her move, so we'll see. But it's not easy for Irina to find a good move because d takes e6 is it's a big commitment.
Right.
Once you take that pawn, can't change the pawn structure anymore. So it's really not easy to find a good move.
Okay, the other natural move for me then would be, okay, if I can't take on e6 and I want to break up the team on f5 and e6.
e4?
e4, let's go.
After e4, black's close to -1 in this position. After captures and knight c5.
Close to -1 as in black
has
the
better
advantage. And just to continue that line, if you don't mind, takes, knight to c5, bishop to e3. I'm dreaming of my dark square bishop one day lording over the center and your bishop on b7 in absolute septic hell.
It's time for me
Let me play it up.
Septic hell.
Septic hell.
So we might end up in opposite color bishop position, but we still have major pieces on the board.
Okay.
So I wouldn't call it a draw. And the problem is e4 and c4, of course.
Yeah, bishop a6 is coming.
Yeah.
Maybe not septic hell.
This looks really good for black. I mean, objectively speaking, white should be able to hold this, but it's going to be...
No, it's not what I bargained for when I played white and was offered an advantage of the first move. Knight a6 and Irina...
We do have moves on the board. Irina took on e6.
And instead of the move g7, g6, which I found quite natural, queen f6 is also
a good move.
But in this particular case, the difference is, remember when I was barging ahead like a bull in a china shop, I was playing e4, e5? When your queen was on h5, in this case, if I played e4 and you played f4, trying to shut me down, in this case, maybe I can play e5. Remember your queen was on h4 defending, and
you're right, that is the difference.
That's the difference.
So on e4 now, black does have to take on e4.
Does have to capture, okay.
Yes.
And
capture and then play knight c5 after some trades.
Trades, knight c5.
Still slightly better for black, but nothing major.
I don't know. I don't like this pawn structure.
It's this pawn.
I mean, it's awful.
I can't blame you. Oh, by the way, a different move.
E7 played.
Look at Irina go. This is the type of position where you kind of like you pull somebody. Arbiter comes by. I mean, I'm ready for something like this to go viral. The arbiter comes by, and he notes the time on the clock, and he notes everything, and he sees a white pawn on e7. Thinks to himself, wait a minute, that's a black pawn on e7. He just replaces it. How did the white pawn get to e7? I mean, retrograde analysis. You'd have to say, oh, that was a d4 pawn that got to e7. Rook f7, that's not a move you see every day.
No, but it makes a lot of sense, keeping contact with the f5 pawn.
a8 is hanging. So in this case, after e4 takes, bishop takes e4, we've got a double threat, right?
Okay,
but
bishop takes. Yes, I'm going to applaud you on your trick. The rook is hanging, but the rook would slide over.
Okay.
And is this where you're going to come in, queen b7?
Correct. I'm a pawn grubber, and I tried to mess you up, but probably if this is another one of my queen getting
I'm just
marauded,
exactly after
mauled.
queen c6. I mean, the rook comes down to e2.
E2, and I could. You've got great compensation, but that pawn on e7 all by itself,
it's
right?
marooned out there.
Marooned,
I
yes.
mean,
I like that, marooned. Nice.
Yes.
Very nice. Okay, but I think you're right, Nasi, that Irina is looking for tricks at this moment, and she's hoping that her tricks will allow her to equalize. I think she's fighting for equality, not for advantage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And e4 is a good try. And then black has to find knight c5. Because
knight to c5.
Yes, and the line that you showed was correct with the ending of queen b7, and white would be pretty much even better there, not just equal. So knight c5 is the best move here, and after e takes f, even though white just took black's 2 pawns, black needs to not hurry. Just improve the position, take the pawns later. They're not going anywhere.
Wow, okay. I would have probably anxiously played knight takes d3 and maybe queen takes f5, but I like this keeping all the tension.
Would he go g4 here to keep the pawn alive?
I don't like lifting my commode. I like the protection, but g4 is asking for trouble, isn't it?
Isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's not a great move. It's just that without it, you will lose both pawns, and then you're worse because of your pawn structure.
Gotcha. We have been challenging our audiences. We love your questions and being a part of the discussion. Stump the masters, I like to say. And we do have a social media question,
Yes,
Jovi.
we certainly do.
Andrew.
And it's from Andrew Hong. And it asks us, in what way has commentating helped strengthen your own game or given you insight into what areas of chess you need to improve?
Oh, thank you so much, Andrew, for the question. The answer is no way. Commentating has been horrendous. My chess rating has dived straight ever since I became a commentator. No, that's not true. That's not true. One of the things I want to say, and we used to say this a lot, kibitzer see everything. Like we would play these blitz games and it was good. He's missed the queen. He missed the check. We'd hear all. One of the things that I, as a commentator, have picked up on is tells. No, seriously, was I oblivious my whole life? I very rarely, if ever, looked at my opponent. I was really so focused on the board. Now I see the players fidgeting. Remember yesterday we saw the leg movements and things like that. The players do reveal themselves, and as a commentator, we are actually now looking at the players' faces and their reactions. I never did that.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I was also not observant to my opponents.
At all?
No, not at all. So I wasn't necessarily picking up on that. And the way that commentary has helped me is it's inspired me to come up with new ideas.
New ideas.
Exactly, because we're observing games all the time, and someone plays an interesting opening, and you're thinking, oh, hang on a second, I have that one in my repertoire. I can incorporate that.
Right.
So that's how it's helped me. I actually I feel that there's different sides of the brains are in operation when we play chess and when we're doing commentary.
Right.
So I'm yet to kind of fuse them to kind of come to my optimal best.
Join the conversation, because you've been playing American Cup, U.S. Championship, and all of these events. But at the same time that you're being a commentator, you're seeing a different chess from a different perspective. As a commentator, has it helped improved your game or worsened?
It's too early to say whether it has helped or not.
Right.
I've only been doing this for actually almost a year now. Definitely helped with the openings, because we get the front row seat at all the novelties and new ideas in the openings, which I remember seeing here during commentary and then go home and analyze. And the second thing is really seeing the big picture, looking at the players from this perspective, and without exception, no matter who is playing, even Magnus Carlsen, everybody makes mistakes. And that has helped me a lot not to be intimidated by anyone.
Right.
Because I've seen some of the absolute best players in the world make such huge blunders, made me believe, oh, they're humans too.
Right. I mean, I shouldn't be so hard on myself. If Magnus can, blunder a pawn away, then, we all do. And that's something too, that, again, going back as a player, we didn't have the engines that were just being so sharp-eyed and so critical. And now we are seeing, hey, blunders, everyone makes them, and it's so hard to win a game from start to finish.
Exactly,
You're always giving your opponent a counter shot. Like we saw between Mariya and Anna in round one. You look at that game and you play it really fast, Mariya held the ball the whole time. Until you see E5, until you see G6, you go, oh my gosh, Anna could have turned the tables with one move.
Yep, and it was a spectacular opportunity for Anna. And indeed, if you two would like to join in the conversation, then you can ask the commentators anything. You can do this by tweeting us on X using the hashtag Cairns Cup, or you can tweet at the St. Louis Chess Club and Facebook as well, on all social media. And we will try to feature them on the show and answer all those questions.
And again, thank you. Nice question. Rook F7 is Elisabeth's last move. Irina got in those tricky shots with E6 and E7, and now the marooned pawn. What are we going to do? What are we going to do next? E3, E4, knight C5 is the key move.
Regardless of what she does, she absolutely has to just ignite the fire and just go E4, explode open the position, because if she does nothing, if she starts waiting, then she's just going to be much worse. The knight will come to C5.
Let's talk about that for a moment, just so that we can show our audience, let's say that this bishop, it's about this bishop on D2. It has no life, it has no future. Conversely, this pawn on C4, it's chronically vulnerable. Always, knight takes D3, bishop A6, queen E6 will feature in the position, and this pawn on C4 will be captured. So white can simply not, what we would call, keep the position. There's no keeping the position here. You will lose this position if you do not, as you were about to tell us, play E3, E4, strike out, and try to open up the bishop.
You have to accelerate. And even at the cost of material, I would say, if you can liberate your dark square bishops, go for it, because eventually those terrible double pawns on the C line, they are just going to prove to be weak. Shall we move from this position?
Please.
And
where would you like to take us?
Go to the game between Alice and Harika, and then I also have my eye on the battle between the Annas, because that is a pawn structure that I've seen quite often in the Caro-Kann.
I'll pick up with Alice and Harika. We saw the position after Queen G4. This novel And I actually like this move very much, by the way, that Harika has done. E6, E5, novel approach, Queen E7, and after A2, A3, she did capture on D4 and captured on C3. We're up to date with the players. Bishop takes C3. I'm assuming Alice wants to take with the bishop, or am I correct in making that assumption? Bishop takes C3. And I'm assuming, if I'm in Harika's shoes, that I would like to capture this bishop.
Yes.
I pause for just a moment because yesterday we were treated by
Go on.
Tan
Let's try
with this two Zwischenzugs.
Yes.
She had played a rook check and a bishop takes G7 check, remember?
Yes.
And she bailed out nicely into a queen ending.
Okay, I suspect that we can't go queen takes G7.
I think
but
it's
let's,
a bridge too far
it
as
is
well.
Castle queen side.
Okay.
And
And now
the
we've
queen.
got a retreat.
And now the black queen can centralize.
Queen to E4. Just a quick pause for just a second, because Queen E4 looks really, really tempting, very, very strong, but Knight D5 is also tempting. Queen E4, oh dear. I don't like this position. This is not what I want to do as white. I mean,
Yes,
even
believe in extra pawns.
believe it, really? Rook, like I should
Rook
play
H3.
rook H3, rook takes H4.
F3 is winning here. Winning the rook.
Three. Boy, okay.
Nothing is good, yes.
Just a
we
second,
should never
so
doubt
Queen
her.
E4, rook H3.
I would take that compliment, but it's the engine.
Okay, knight to D5. Queen to
D5.
C4. Okay, Queen C4 I do have. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
Queen C4. So
Queen
Queen
D-
G7 is the correct move, yes, taking on G7.
See, these switches. No, I mean, I thought that was actually a dangerous, but the problem is if Alice backs away and does play Queen takes E3, then after both castles long as well as castles short, nothing's wrong with Black's position. I mean,
That's true. And there's a big issue. Where is White going to hide the king? So
Right.
I don't really like this. So this is why I'm suspecting that she's not going to go bishop takes
C3?
bishop takes
She
3.
could also take with the pawn.
I think
Yes.
yes.
That's where you were about to take us. And after B takes C3, if I'm the Chigorin master and play two knights versus two bishops, where are you going to put your king? In
It's
this
fine.
case,
It's not worried
not
whatsoever.
worried at all.
No, not at all. Because you see,
Yes.
if this works, I'm
If
going to
it
be
works.
very brave.
And take a pawn.
I was thinking about going C4.
C4. Oh dear.
Yeah, I know, but
C4.
it's only because I'm in commentary mode.
Okay, C4. Pause.
Yeah,
Pause,
so I know
because
that knight b4 is in the air.
I was trying to count the consequences, but you can take on B4 with the bishop.
Yes.
I thought. Yeah.
Okay, what I really wanted to do, I'll tell
Please,
you,
tell
it's
me.
just simply to slide the queen over to f4, and I wanted to give a nasty little check on h3.
Makes sense.
That is as deep as I went.
Okay, but you kicked me, and I accepted the fact that I have to go backwards for just the briefest of moments. Mm-hmm. Would you like to play Queen F4? Because in this particular
You're going to
case,
kick me again since
I
I
did.
kindly revealed my intentions.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate.
So Joe, we can start with the check. Queen G4 then.
Yeah, Queen
Queen
G4.
G4.
Queen G4 check.
Okay, brilliant. And away I go. Yay! I'll slide my king into the corner.
Okay, and now bishop c3, bishop e2.
Which one? Sorry, which one?
I haven't made
You
a
like
lot.
them
I like
both?
bishop c3.
Bishop C3. Okay.
I just want to take away the e5 square from the queen.
Fair. Knight to E6, and the question I keep asking is where's the white king going?
f1.
F1. Just bishop E2, king F1, castle by hand. What did you call it? Not castle by hand. You called it
Fake castle.
fake.
It's like fake news.
Well, fou.
I like it better.
Foi. F-A-U-X. How do I pronounce
Faux.
Faux. Faux castling. Fake castling? Faux? What? I got it wrong?
No. Okay, well, this is a bit of a moot point because
she did take
with the bishop.
Okay.
But, Nazi, what was the verdict
Queen
on
takes
pawn
G7.
takes?
You got to take on
C3.
G7.
It was equal.
Equal.
Wow, just zeros. Okay, but now it's actually Alice to be brave. Zwischenzug, queen takes G7, and come back and take the knight with the queen thereafter. Kind of a key moment, actually. It's if you don't do it right here, right now, you'll never get this opportunity again. And Alice taking her time. Our marquee matchup, I just simply have to ask, how is...
A little update in that.
Please.
So we did see bishop f4, and I was watching and hoping for c5 to see...
If I saw c5, wow.
But of course, without the engine, it's so hard to make that move, c5. Instead, 10 played knight c6, which is a very interesting move. And after queen d2, she has two good options. There's knight to e4, forcing a lot of trades, or there's also bishop g4 now, which move that Yasser wanted to play a couple moves ago.
I did, indeed.
Because now if white plays f3, which is a playable move, I can take on d2 and develop with a check. So bishop d3 or king c1, whichever move you make, then I go bishop f5, and I don't see any issues here for black whatsoever. So I
do see a peshki on c7.
You see everything, yes.
No, I just saw a peshki, that's all. Look, I mean, if you're going to be famous, you got to... bishop g3 and
then knight d4.
Knight d4, bishop d1.
Pawns.
Bishop d1.
Bishop d1. Oh, this move is so pretty.
Knight d4, okay.
So let's see what happens.
Right, I have to...
Accept the free knight.
Something tells me this is
Knight
not
takes
free. It's not free.
And black's much better.
Wow. What a move.
Complicated lines.
Knight to d4. That was really sweet.
So instead, I think if 10 plays bishop g4, Mariya is probably prepared to just castle long.
Right.
After which a lot of trades can happen. You can take on e2 with the queen.
That's a visual.
Yep.
And we're going to go into an equal endgame, but Mariya does have a bishop.
Slight advantage.
Maybe
Slight.
rook e7, just tiny advantage. But I'll say that I've seen Magnus Carlsen squeeze positions like this and win
top
against
grandmasters.
Grandmasters. So
yeah,
white's still for choice. Objectively equal, of course.
And white has
bishop
the better
g4.
king. I just want to say, you know, it's like the better minor piece, the better king.
You're one square closer to the center.
Exactly.
If there's ever a sprint to d5,
yeah, and the
you
knight,
get there
the
faster.
knight is in front of the knight on.
Agreed.
On front of its
Yeah.
pawn. So there's
I would
like
trade the rooks and
Yes.
try to take advantage that my king is better positioned.
Yeah.
Exactly. By the way, bishop g4, f3 on the board, just as you've prescribed. I want to go around the horn. I'm going to go to the game between Kosteniuk and Nana, because the question that was asked and answered, knight takes b4. What are you going to do? Bishop b7, f2, f3, simply defending the pawn. Now, on a good day, I'm just going to keep my extra pawn. I may play c3, which is why we saw a5, knight d3, queen takes c2. And we've reached the point that actually Nasi had spoken about. They've kind of caught up with us a little bit. And we were troubled by this decision to go with our queen.
Yeah.
You know, we're thinking this Queen Sally wasn't going to be worth the time. And we have the move rook c1, queen b3, and knight c5 as a way of maybe inducing our opponent to giving us the two bishops. That's one line of play. I'm looking at this queen on c2, and I'm thinking to myself, there must be a way of exploiting. It looks wrong.
Yes, this is really, really bad for Nana.
It is. Tell us why.
Engine already says +2.
+2.
That was a very greedy move. to take on c2.
Which I admire, by the way.
Definitely admire the courage to take that pawn.
Yeah.
Rook c1, queen b3, rook c3.
Driving the
do you go
queen
to
where? Where else? Do I have a choice?
Right, queen a2, and now the queen has abandoned the queen side completely. So
The king hides on f2.
I think black is just losing the piece on b7.
Wow. It felt wrong.
Rook
I
b8
didn't
is
see.
the only move, but just queen c7 simply. So,
Ouch.
and here it's just one check. King safely hides to f2.
Exactly.
So
Rook
and
c1, rook c3.
real trouble.
Rook c1,
Wow.
rook c3. That's a very powerful move.
And it's a
Oops,
forcing
excuse me.
move as well. There's nothing sophisticated about it whatsoever.
And here I was about to say, that's really a nice idea, chasing the queen and again, the importance of this game can't be understated because Nana in the lead.
Nana is at the top of the standings with 1.5 points. And do remember that Alexandra Kosteniuk, on 1 point, she won her first game. She lost yesterday. She is looking to make bounce back so that she can move up the standings. So very, very important game.
Exactly. Love this. Rook, you chase your opponent's queen to a2, and then you see queen b6. You don't even calculate any further. You just say, my goodness, I am bossing over.
And we should just show quickly. I mean, it's quite a beautiful but simple tactic. So if the queen moves to a2,
Yep.
and after queen comes to b6,
Yep.
if the bishop just moves,
For example.
yes, and then you just simply demolish that piece.
Yes.
And after queen takes c6,
You pick up.
You pick up the rook with some investment. And we see rook c1 indeed played.
On the board. Now, I'm thinking that Nana, after the move queen b3, rook c3, I mean, for better or for worse, I mean, you can't go, I mean, it looks awful.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it just looks absolutely awful. I have to play bishop b4, and I'm thinking knight takes b4,
Yes.
queen takes b4. Here I pause because I'm not absolutely required and I'm not fearful of so here I'm thinking bishop b5. Now we're about to see the power of the two bishops. They really, in open positions, they come majestically into the game. Rook to c7, this bishop is eyeballing the king side, this bishop, the pawn on the center. Same story if you go bishop c6. Do you have that expression, sham sacrifice? So I sacrifice, but I don't necessarily win it back immediately. But when I win it back immediately,
It's a sham sacrifice.
It's a sham
I've
sacrifice.
read about it.
Okay, but you don't necessarily
Yeah, but
use
I've
the
only
term
read it in the context of queen sacrifices.
as a sham sacrifice.
Yeah,
of the
because
queen.
there's so many times where you sacrifice the queen, but then you
Get it
deliver
right.
checkmate, and so it doesn't really count, right?
As a sacrifice. But I'm thinking that after rook c3, I agree wholeheartedly. It just feels wrong for black, and Alexandra is going to be doing very, very well. Want to come back to our flag bearers game between Irina and Elisabeth, just to see, yes, we did see e4, knight c5. Lizzie is playing a great game, just simply a great game. If she were to find this move, rook e8, then, I mean, start taking out the gold coins because she's really, really playing it very well.
And on that note, I think it's the perfect time for us to go
okay.
on our second break. But let's take the chance to meet the players, and we'll be right back with more of the action.
Okay. Knight c5. 14-year-old international master and woman grandmaster Alice Lee has been in the news lately. Her stunning victory over Grandmaster Irina Krush at the American Cup in March made headlines for a number of reasons. She was the first player ever to emerge from the elimination bracket, force a blitz playoff with Irina, and win her first women's title. Even at 14, Alice has been playing chess for a while. She started at age 6 and at age 9 won the Under-18 Girls National Championship. She is the youngest American female and third youngest international player to gain the title of International Master. Alice Lee will be fun to watch at this year's Cairns Cup.
Where do you start when highlighting the career of Irina Krush? Irina is a Grandmaster, a rare title she earned in 2013. She is also an 8-time US Women's Champion. Her first championship was in 1988, and at age 14, she became the youngest player ever to become Women's Champion. Irina is a 2-time Women's American Cup champion, and Krush fans can always depend on their favorite to finish at or near the top of every tournament she plays in. Irina Krush will again be among the favorites here at the Cairns Cup.
One of the most experienced players in the field is Anna Zatonskih. Anna was born in Ukraine and holds the Women Grandmaster title because of her early chess success in Ukraine. In fact, Anna won the Ukrainian Women's National Championship in 2001. With her move to the United States in the early 2000s, she continued winning, including 4 US Women's Championships. Her matches against Irina Krush and her 2008 win, which went to Armageddon, are legendary. No doubt this rematch here at the Cairns Cup promises to be exciting.
Zhongyi is a 33-year-old Chinese women's chess grandmaster. She became Women's World Champion in 2017 when she defeated another player from this year's Cairns Cup, Anna Muzychuk. Tan is also a former Women's World Rapid Champion, and chess fans saw her earlier this year win the Women's Candidates, which sends her to another World Championship against Zhu Wenjun next year. Tan Zhongyi is one of the many reasons this 4th year of the Cairns Cup is the highest rated so far.
Mariya Muzychuk is a Ukrainian chess grandmaster and a 1-time Women's World Chess Champion, winning the title in 2015. Her older sister Anna, another great chess player, is also here at the Cairns Cup. Like many great players, Mariya's parents taught her and her sister at an early age 3 to be exact, to play the game. By age 6, she was playing competitively and blossomed into the chess grandmaster she is today. It will be fun to follow the Muzychuk sisters in this tournament.
37-year-old Nana Dzagnidze is a Georgian-born grandmaster, a title she won in 2008. That same year, she helped the Georgian team win a gold medal in the Women's Chess Olympiad. She has remained a valuable member of several Georgian women's chess teams. Nana is also great at the fast time controls and won the World's Blitz Championship in 2017. Her current 25.06 FIDE rating puts her near the top of the list here at the Cairns Cup.
The 34-year-old Anna Muzychuk is the older Muzychuk sister here at the Cairns Cup. Her sister Mariya is also here. Anna is a Ukrainian grandmaster and only the 4th woman in history to achieve a 2600 FIDE rating. Anna is also a rapid and blitz specialist. She won the Women's World Rapid Championship in 2014 and the Women's World Blitz Championship in both 2014 and 2016. She has also had great success in classical chess and was runner-up to the Women's World Champion in 2017. Chess fans will enjoy watching the Muzychuk sisters in this Cairns Cup.
Harika Dronavalli is a 33-year-old Indian grandmaster and only the 2nd Indian woman after Hampi Koneru to win that title. After winning the 2016 FIDE Women's Grand Prix in China, she rose to number 5 in the world among women chess players. Harika has placed third in 3 Women's World Championships and has maintained a 2500 plus for many years. Harika is part of the current popularity of chess in India. Her fellow countryman, Gukesh D, will play later this year in the World Championship.
Alexandra Kosteniuk is a 40-year-old grandmaster with a long history of great chess accomplishments. She won the Women's World Championship in both 2008 and 2010. Only 3 years ago, she also won the Women's World Rapid Chess Championship. Alexandra switched federations to Switzerland, and that's the flag she is playing under here in the Cairns Cup. In addition to an amazing chess career, Alexandra has been a model as well as starred in a Russian film. You will no doubt see the determination of Alexandra Kosteniuk in every game she plays this week. Elisabeth Paehtz is a 39-year-old German chess grandmaster. She is the first German woman to gain that title. Like all the great players, her success started early. Her father, Thomas Paehtz, is a chess grandmaster and taught her the game early on. She began winning girls' tournaments in Germany, and in 2002, at the age of 17, became the world youth champion for girls under 18. She is also a master of the faster time controls, winning the 2018 European Women's Championship in Rapid Chess. Elisabeth Paehtz, her games here at the Cairns Cup will be competitive for sure.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome back. Round 3 of the Cairns Cup. Well, today might be the day where we find ourselves a tournament leader because we have some gutsy play in progress. Let's check out the standings. And you can see it is currently a 4-way tie at the top between Zhongyi, Harika, Dronavalli, Nana Dzagnidze and Mariya Muzychuk. But of course, no one can rest easy because we are just at the beginning and anything can happen.
Absolutely. And the action of today.
Yes.
Where is it? Everywhere.
Everywhere. Alexandra Kosteniuk so far has the advantage against Nana Dzagnidze. Alice Lee currently a pawn up against Harika Dronavalli. Still a complicated position. Irina Krush plays Elisabeth Paehtz. Elisabeth does have the slight advantage there. Mariya Muzychuk playing Tan Zhongyi. A battle between the former women world champions. And it is a battle between the Annas as Anna Zatonskih finally has the white pieces and she plays Anna Muzychuk.
Who can claim to be the best Anna?
Yeah, well,
Best
there's
Anna
bragging
of all.
rights indeed.
And looking at that one lonely pawn, the marooned pawn on e7, I've got to say that I really like Elisabeth's position a lot. I mean, I know bishops of opposite color, but I always feel like these positions tend to be pretty one-sided in the sense there's two results. One side is trying to win, one side is desperately trying to draw. Now, in this particular case, what we're going to see, I'm not saying this is the best, but let's just put it on the board for a moment. What we're about to see is the fight, if you will, for this pawn on e7. If it survives, great, then white is fine. If it's lost, like we just take the pawn off the board, then it's bad news because the pawn on c4 is a huge target.
Totally. I mean, that one has its days numbered. But I mean, is it possible to hold on to that pawn?
I don't see how, though.
I'm thinking g4.
G4. Okay, let's go.
Take my f3 pawn, please.
Never. I want to take this one.
Yes.
So g4, bishop g5.
Yeah, then you have h6.
And I'm just going to drive you away. But now, having said that, don't play g4. Instead, just, I don't have a good square for my rook yet. I haven't found it. Let me...
If you put it on e2?
e3.
Oh, I was going to show. If you put it on
okay,
e2...
show me. I'll put it on e2.
You can, first up, you can go king f7.
A king f7 is a good first step. You're absolutely right.
I also just wanted to go bishop a6.
Yes. Bishop a6 is also
eat the pawn on c4 with gusto.
Exactly. Now the problem I have is it's one thing for me to hold on to the pawn, but it's another thing for me to leverage the pawn. If all I'm doing is simply holding on to the pawn and not getting anything, I mean, it's not going anywhere. My bishop isn't necessarily on d8 or something like that. I mean, you might just, zap my entire queen side, and I've got a pawn on e7 that's stuck. So I think that after rook e1, rook e8, this is really a position, a great position for Elisabeth. And she's looking at rook f7, h6, g5, whenever the bishop has to get chased. I don't like it for Irina. Another position I don't like at all is Nana's position. Alexandra has played that maneuver, rook c1, rook c3, trying to chase black's queen into purgatory on a2, and I just don't even see, I don't have a recommendation
for Nana. She's in only move territory, right? Because the best we've come up with is bishop b4.
That was the best, because rook a2, pardon me, queen a2, queen b6, as Nasi was showing us, is simply trapping this bishop. Bishop c3, we've got the sham sacrifice, rook b8, again, as Nasi showed us, simply queen c7, and you're winning a piece. So that was why I played bishop b4, but I hated, despised my position. Knight takes, queen takes, bishop b5, and it's all one-way traffic here. I don't like this at all.
Is there any way you could give up material just to get some
you can
clarity in the position? So I was just thinking, instead of queen takes queen, maybe just go castle.
Castles.
Castle, kingside, obviously, yeah.
Okay, let's just give that a quick.
Well, this queen takes.
Yes, queen takes b4.
What I was
rook
kind of
c7.
hoping for is to get some counterplay down the c line. So maybe if you went queen takes queen,
Pawn
takes, and if you went rook c7, then I was going to go bishop c6.
I see.
And
I wouldn't take twice
Prey.
on c6, right?
but I think you can. But
I would probably be a little bit more inclined towards rook b3 and
Yeah,
capturing this
and-
pawn,
and-
trying to get two connected pass pawns.
and here I just feel like it's a situation critical.
Yes.
For black, so maybe they need to be making moves like bishop c6 in that kind of position. It's
I liked your castles idea though very much because for some strange reason I had blocked myself out of that. I was thinking you had to play queen takes d4 and then castles is less attractive. Castles, this might be the best, but on the other hand, Nasi, I just feel like white has too many pluses in this particular game.
It's really strange. What Jovi said, this castle move is really good, and bishop c6, she's trying to find a way to be just down a pawn, but
Right.
fight for a draw. You will be surprised by the evaluation number. In this position, while material is still completely equal, it's +3.
Right.
More than +3, with just simply move like king e2. It's as if white's up a piece when we're not even up a pawn.
Yeah.
That's how good white's position is. So
Wow. Yeah.
that's impressive. Yeah.
Black
King
has, this knight is well placed, but it can't do anything. It can't go anywhere. B4 pawn obviously is weak, and in a lot of the lines I was checking, it's the A pawn, I think, that's the winning piece for white.
For sure.
So it just trades everything, and rook c1, and it's simply winning because the knight will not be able to catch the A4 pawn.
Exactly. We've always said in these endings, it's the A and H pawn are the terrible pawns that the knight hates to compete against because the knight ends up on A8 stuck and, completely protecting itself for a pawn. So that's a terrible position. Let's continue because you said the Battle of the Annas, and I don't think we've given them the attention they
wanted to
deserve.
give everyone
Please.
a cliffhanger because you
What?
remember our analysis between Alice Lee and Harika Dronavalli?
Not well.
You remember that Nazi told us to have faith, that we should grab that pawn? Well,
Right,
that
setting
trap
the trap.
is on the board
I
right
fell
now.
for it.
Yeah, we all did.
Why can't Harika?
And Alice has calculated very precisely to get to this position because after rook takes h4, you just go f3.
And I have to keep connection with the rook,
So if you swing the queen over to a4,
yes,
keep it going, right?
that's
Keep it going. It's the theme of the
Harass.
tournament.
that's true. Boy,
I
may
feel sorry
never,
for what we're doing to Yasser.
I may never be the same, but yeah, I seriously, my therapist is considered world renowned, and
Yeah, the queen is actually trapped on a4. Right.
we are joking. But you're absolutely right. And you want to add insult to injury? Rook takes. I don't capture the queen.
I think you do need to, right? It's queen a4.
Check. That makes it even worse. I mean, I capture on h3 with a check. But rook takes h4 is a nasty trap, and
I'll say Alice is an amazing calculator. The way she calculates, when I played her in the American Cup last year, we're in the elimination bracket. And I came back, I won 2 games in a row, and then I'm feeling like I've got this match. She's completely unfazed. The losing does not affect her. And then she traps my queen in the middle of the board where I didn't even see it coming.
No.
And she told me after the game, she was hoping she saw that long ago. It's like,
Wow.
can't compete with that. Yeah,
Exactly.
she has an amazing vision.
This 14-year-old, speak to us a little bit about her as a competitor, because now, obviously, you just mentioned it, you faced her in the American Cup. You're going to be facing her in the U.S. Championship. She's going to be future members of our Olympic team. God knows what kind of career this 14-year-old has in front of her. And at the same time, she's a veteran. She's 14, but she has played some of the strongest players in the world already. That's remarkable.
incredibly impressive. Alice Lee, yeah, she doesn't fear anyone. She is very good at recovering from a loss. She's got all the ingredients that a grandmaster has. So all she needs is a little bit more experience because she's still quite young and hasn't played as much chess as her competitors in this tournament, but she's on her way to catch up with them.
She's also got the right support system. Like in this tournament, her mother is here with her.
Right.
She's homeschooled,
Very,
so
very
she's able
supportive family.
to dedicate the time required to chess.
Now, yesterday, you saw her fierceness as she was up against Elisabeth, and, you know, she was on the back foot, and suddenly, you know, she was the one who was playing for the victory, and at the very end, it ended up in a perpetual check, and she looked miserable that she had somehow let her opponent escape. And we know, because we had the engine in front of us, that it was going to be a draw. She didn't know. She thought she was winning, and she thought that she had let it slip by. But here we see her coming back the next day, ready for the battle.
Setting up traps to
Setting up traps for Harika.
get off the board.
By the way, I noticed that Harika didn't fall for the trap. She did play rook e8. Take us through the current situation. How is it going for these two ladies?
So
Nancy?
the evaluation is triple zeros.
Triple zeros.
Yes.
Wow.
But white's up a pawn, and the compensation is that white king is still in the center.
Right.
We can castle, so it's a little bit scary to play with the king in the center. But any move like rook c1 or bishop e2 looks absolutely fine for white. Would you rather be white or black here, Yasser?
I like the pawn, and my king is a little bit... Yeah, but I think I'd like the pawn.
The only thing
I
is...
like how you didn't dwell on the king's safety issue.
I like the pawn.
Yeah, the only thing is if white manages to trade queens, then white's just...
Then it's just great.
It's just
yeah,
So black has to keep the queen on the board.
for sure.
But this rook on h3, it's awkwardly placed, but it can come into the game this way. Rook h3, rook f3. I really like this idea. I can give you the b2 pawn and check. And then Jovi suggested earlier, king can go to g2. So king f1, king g2. And it's a very strange castle with the rook on f3, but
Right.
It
Yeah, I think-
works.
Foo
know,
castle.
yeah. But that knight
Right.
on d5 is really good. I will say black has a fantastic knight, and because of that, black doesn't have any issues either.
Okay.
So
Intriguing.
anything can happen in this game.
Very good. 3 results. Let's go to the Anna's game, because again, we haven't really gotten a chance to show, this is a very, very big clash. Anna's Zatonskih, the defending champion, hoping to fight her way back in the tournament, has just played a move, knight e5, and I'm confused by that move. I would really like to have prefaced it with a move like f4 or g3. Actually, truth be told, I kind of like the knight itself on the square d3. I like the fact that it's uncommitted. I might find myself drawn, in fact, to moves like queen h6 and h4, and even, well, yeah, no, g3, h4.
Yeah, you have to do it slowly. G3,
You know,
king G2,
or-
H4, and
But
then...
knight e5.
She's
Jovi, is
banking
that-
on tactics, right?
Okay,
to
tell
not
me the
blunder a pawn.
tactics.
Because at first sight, you're looking at it and going,
Wait a minute. let
wait
me
a minute, take the pawn, take
take,
the knight, now
take,
takes, and then you go, oh, hang on a second, what about queen's F4?
And that pins my knight
Yeah.
to my queen, but I have this genius idea of moving the knight
Correct.
and defending the queen.
Yes, and then what's going to happen is queen takes queen.
No,
Yes?
no,
What am I missing?
queen takes.
Queen takes knight.
Yes.
Queen takes, okay, that was bad. I was focused on queen takes queen, and then rook takes
Oh,
d5.
you wanted to take advantage
I wanted
of the
to
pin
pawn.
and the
I forgot that there was low hanging fruits
Fruit.
there.
Okay, this is another example of a pin and taking advantage. But yes, queen takes c4 is even more incisive, let's say. So you're not going to take twice, but taking once, knight takes e4, f takes e4, and we've all played enough Frenches in our life to think, well, I don't have a light square bishop. I should be happy. And what do you think in general about just occupying the e5 square? It feels premature. or?
Well, it's a standard idea, right, in this particular pawn structure. Put your knight on e5, and then from then on, she can go with her idea of going h4, h5, softening up the king side.
Okay.
But the big question...
You're not that critical of this move.
No, I'm not going to be critical of that
Okay.
because I feel it's a very natural continuation. Because if you kind of put that knight back on d3, then you'll understand that your idea of h4 isn't particularly attractive right now because the queen can just dive into g3.
Okay, so this was like one of the reasons why you might want to preface it. I mean, here I would be inclined to trade queens. And like I say, I understand jumping into e5 is standard, but you know, support when the e5 square is a little bit more supported.
But then if we also take a look at the implications of moves like f4, yes, it reinforces the e5 square, but you've actually weakened the e4 square, and that's something that black can immediately just make use of. The knight can come back to f6 and then jump into e4. And I just also want to point out something to do with the pawn structures.
Yes.
If you take a look at white's b2, c3, d4 pawn chain, they point kingside, whereas black's pawn chain points to the queen side.
Okay.
And so this tends to mean that in an endgame, black has the easy plan of just going b4, b5, b4, doing the minority attack, which is basically just to destabilize white's pawn structure. And if Anna doesn't do something right now, then she's not going to be in time to generate a kingside attack.
I furnished an entire house with a minority attack. Trust me, it's a faithful. It's been very good for me. Intriguing. Knight e5. We'll keep that one on the boil as I want to go again back to our marquee matchup between two former world champions. And that is Mariya and Tan. Now, when we left it in a position with f2, f3, bishop d3 check, bishop, and look at this. There's a pawn grab, me like. Bishop back, rook over, rook d1, takes. Whoa, she did, wow.
It's a nice move.
She did not, Tan, was not quick to restore material equality because we were talking about the two knights versus knight and bishop, and we all felt that, well, the bishop, the white was for choice in that ending. So Tan decided, you know what, I'm going to keep the rooks on the board, and I'm going to just try to take off that bishop. And if the bishop were to move, for example, I don't know, bishop f2, then simply knight, and this is a whole different kettle of fish. If I get a recapture on d3, not with the rook, but with the knight, I like black's attacking chances. She played instead king c2, takes, check.
We might even see a three-move repetition, right? The king could come to c2. We see the dance with the knight checking.
That's a really good move. It's not intuitively obvious that you want to be, you normally want to recapture your down material. So let's retake. But I like this move, knight e6, a lot. And sorry, you were about to say repetition?
I could see this ending in a three-move repetition with the white king stepping up, the black knight going back to the checking square, and the players just repeating this dance again and again.
Exactly. So we see our Hobbit
camera, not Hoppit camera, which is what I thought was.
Hip hop. We've got hip hop, we got Hobbit, we got it all.
Yeah.
Knight back to e6, and this is the current situation. Now, see, jump in on this one because you almost have a feeling that Mariya deserves more, but I don't think she has more than equality here.
Yeah, I think Tan equalized very easily, and it goes back to her opening choice. She surprised Mariya with the French.
Yeah.
And we saw Mariya thinking on move 3, and she chose this line, which is not very ambitious necessarily, and Tan managed to just completely equalize. And I agree with Jovi. I think we're about to see the three-move repetition with king c2, knight d4, and repetition, because if white even, let's say, made any other move, let's say b4, rook takes, is white really the one playing for win when we have the double pawns.
So king c2,
C2,
rook
rook
I mean, our
Would you
king's
try
a
rook
little,
d1?
yes, our king's a little closer to the center.
Yeah, but
That's
the-
true.
the
I do not have to
pawns-
take, or I can just come back king f8.
I was just wondering
And I
whether
will-
you could try to get the pawns as well.
No, somewhere here.
What?
No, okay. yeah, yes. Okay.
If
no, I
knight
have-
was an f6, I felt that too.
I'm sorry, guys.
Knight h5.
Yeah.
Arbiter.
International master
Throw
privileges.
throw my opponent out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's absolutely equal. So
Absolutely equal. So
Yeah.
Mariya, Tan has defended this very, very,
yeah, very
accurately.
accurate play.
Very nice.
Yeah.
We got to stump the masters issue.
We certainly do. So we're asking
Looking forward.
everyone to send us your questions. You can do that by tweeting us using the hashtag Cairns Cup, or you can just go on to St. Louis's Chess Club Facebook page. And we have a question from JJ Martin, who says, how do you see pop culture affect the world of chess?
If you don't mind, I'll jump in right away. The amazing thing about chess, art and technology, chess somehow finds a way of intertwining, again, with art. Just go to the World Chess Hall of Museum and you'll see chess throughout the ages being featured in art. And if you think about, for example, technology, here we go. I loved it as a kid, astronaut. Man going into space, going to the moon, and this was great. And then when we were having the Boy Scouts of America come to St. Louis, and Jeannie Sinkfield was telling us about that, we had an astronaut. They played chess in space. So it was Earth versus space, and they had the chess matches. When you think about the telegraph, people couldn't believe in what was called the wireless. And so to prove that the wireless telegram machine worked, they played a match, games between London and I believe it was Edinburgh, where they had the chess matches to prove the technology. So chess is always, where art is concerned and where technology is concerned, is always there. Chess validates the technology, like the computer. Think of Deep Blue. When will the computer ever beat the chess player? Well, along came Deep Blue, and now we have AI.
Yeah.
Wow. And
Kind of
again,
like-
chess, so where popular culture is concerned, and you'll hear it in the lyrics of hip hoppers, grandmaster rappers.
There is a hip hop rapper, RZA, from the Wu-Tang Clan, who
Hey,
plays
we
chess.
got to call Begim.
Yeah.
I mean, she may not know Mick Jagger, but well,
Chess is featured in so many pop stars' videos. Like I think of
Sure.
Madonna, like The Power of Goodbye. She's playing chess because it has very strong visuals. And a few years ago, I was approached by. But I didn't get the job. But I can't even remember who it was. But they wanted chess
Dancer.
players. Yeah, they wanted chess players because they wanted to kind of promote the image of chess
Okay.
with their brand.
Right.
And I also see it so many times, with Dior, with.
Yeah, well, again, anything sophisticated,
Burberry do chess.
Burberry,
Yes.
luxury.
And
by the way, the repetitioning
it
is
is happening, King C2.
as we're talking about
But
it.
it's just like the whole beauty of the chessboard, the black, the white, the fact that the pieces are so iconic as well. The queen doing everything on the board, the
Right.
knight, how it can hop around. And it's that symbol, right, between the battle of the minds, right?
Yeah, sure.
And
we do have a repetition. We do have our first result of this round 3. I also wanted to say in cinema, I must say that for myself as a chess grandmaster, I always look for chess scenes. So it doesn't matter, the hero, heroine comes home and they're by the fireside, they have the chessboard set up. That little thing is an indication. But thank you for the question. Absolutely, chess does have a role.
it
And
does.
it's played.
I tell you something very interesting.
Shoot.
Have you noticed in all these campaigns, the chessboard is always set up wrong? And you'd think it was a 50-50 chance, right? But it's always set up wrong.
I know. I have gone into retail stores who have, in the storefront, they've got the chessboard, they're doing something, it could be a cake. So, you know, you got the chessboard wrong. I go, who are you? I'm an international grandmaster, 4-time U.S. champion. Oh, okay, we'll change it. Jumped in on this one. Nasi, do you see chess in popular culture?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially during COVID when Queen's Gambit came out.
Especially?
That transformed the chess world completely. It got so many people into playing chess. And what's wonderful about this game is that there's no age limit. You can play if you're 5 years old or if you're 100 years old. And that's the amazing fact about chess. And I would say one more thing, that now that everything happens online, that has changed the chess world a lot, because growing up, I never played online chess seriously.
Exactly.
It was just for practice. And now we see some of the major tournaments happen online.
Big prize funds too in these online events. By the way, just turning to the game.
I see a repetition potentially happening at Alice.
Harika and
Yeah, and I was just going to say on that subject that a lot of popular figures, like just now Roger Federer, saying that they get up, take the kids to school, play online chess, solve some online puzzles. Online chess taking over the world.
Shout out to Hikaru Nakamura, one of the really popular streamers, and so many of his viewers are actually, just as you were saying, celebrities, and have gotten into chess or enjoy chess more thanks to Hikaru's streaming. They follow him, and he has really helped promote chess. So that is the draw. I'm going to go to the game of Alice, Lee, and Harika, because after the move Rook h3, Harika did not fall for the trap. Bishop e2, as prescribed by Nasi, and I like that. Somehow that rook sliding over to f3, right now it's bothering nobody. It could bother somebody on the f3 square, which is why Harika played queen to g2.
Now, if Alice wants a draw, she can just step back with a bishop.
Bishop f1. But is it automatic? Like, yes, this I understand. This I got you completely. But why, in Harika's case, why would Harika say, bishop f1 is on the board. Why can't I play for an advantage? Why not rook, queen to g4? Your king is still stuck in the center. No chances of escape for White's king. Rook g3.
Maybe queen c2, queen e2.
Queen c2, followed by queen e2. Okay.
And anytime you try to improve your knight by playing knight d5,
which is what I want to do. You're
then
right.
I can castle long. Oh, not yet. Queen e2. And
Queen
e2.
International master privileges.
I tell you, I would castle against a young child, and they would point out that that's illegal, and I would say, Grandmaster, I know, I'm a Grandmaster. Queen e2. Harika withdrew her queen to e2. Of course, castling along. Let me point out to Nasi what she might have missed.
Queen e2?
Queen e2, yes. Yes.
At least you didn't think the knight moved in a straight.
Hey, look, we've all had those moments. Actually, that happened to me. That was actually really funny. I was playing in a blitz tournament, and they made an illegal move. I literally, I was capturing, and somehow a piece got knocked around, so I ended up capturing my own pawn, and I got called on it. And it was like, yeah, you were bouncing your hand, yeah, but hey, look, you know, and I captured my own pawn. I thought that was pretty talented.
So often one does that. So yeah,
right?
I would say talented is the right word.
Thank you. I was looking for it. Queen. None of this has happened because it looks like
Harika's saying, "I'm happy with the draw."
I'm happy with the draw. Okay, let's continue because when we left it, Alexandria, Nana had to make this very unpleasant move. Bishop b4, knight takes b4, queen takes b4, bishop c8, bishop b5, and we're catching up with the players we have. And I just want to re-emphasize this point that Nasi had just made a moment ago, because I find it remarkable. After the move castles, you would say that white has an advantage, and you would like white's position a lot. Queen takes, rook down. And then you would say, well, yeah, bishop c6, you know, I'm going to win material. I'm going to take on c6, I'm going to play b3. Or, as Nasi said, the computer says, play the move king e2 and claim an advantage of +3.
I know.
Like, that's just huge. And the whole point is that if you ever get into position after rook c8, again, as she was just making it so simple for us that I got it, it's all about the a-pawn. And in this minor piece ending, it's not even a contest. The a-pawn is going to hold down the knight and cause it to be ineffective.
Well,
and by the way, the players are going down this variation.
Castles. I'm guessing that after rook c7, maybe you just have to grit your teeth and not go bishop c6.
Okay.
Just because Nazi's idea is just so simple as well. You know, it's all about that passed a-pawn.
But after rook c7, you're not really enthusiastic about rook b8. I think white's play is pretty simple.
I just might play it
Okay.
just because I can't see anything else.
And me either, by the way. I am not one to dwell on these matters. What has happened in the past, forget about it. Here it just looks after king e2. You know, even more simple, let's just keep it as simple as possible. If I go king e2, there's an outside chance you may play b3 and annoy me. So I'll play b3.
Here, maybe can I go...
Please.
No.
Save.
So actually in the game, Nana took on d4. So it's slightly different position. Instead of allowing queen before, she took on d4.
I beg your pardon. Bishop b5, queen takes d4, yes. Bishop takes d4, castles now.
That's the current.
Because I had a nice trap.
Gotcha.
But it didn't work.
No.
No.
In the positions we were looking at, the pawn on a5 was on b4, and it was huge.
Yes.
Right.
This is less.
Well, it's still
big advantage.
Still more than +2, yes, and still simple king e2.
And still simple king e2. Sorry, would
no,
you
no,
like
no,
me to go back
fine.
to that point?
No, it's absolutely fine.
Okay, because again, I just love this position. I mean, here, you know, oftentimes we do talk about the advantage of the two bishops, but we never get the chance to demonstrate it because the defender is usually, you know, stymieing our efforts. Here we see how a bishop anchored on the b5 square can shut down a rook, just controlling a half-open file. The bishop on d4, one of the, it took me a while to understand this because I didn't quite grasp it. One of the advantages of the bishop over the knight is that it can trade easier than the knight can trade. Like I can capture a knight more or less at my choosing, but you can't often...
I never thought of that.
Yeah, and that's a very big advantage of the bishop over the knight, its ability to trade itself very quickly. You were aware of that, of course, that the bishop...
I actually heard it from you.
Just a second. Hold it, let me give myself a kiss. Hold on. Really? You heard that from me? Dang.
Yeah, I've never heard it put it that way.
Right.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense, and you can see why in certain positions bishop would be much better than the knight.
And this is a demonstration of that, is the bishop on d4 kind of lords over the knight on f6. So Kosteniuk, really good. Nasi, what has caught your eye in this round 3?
Let's check into this game that we haven't paid that much attention to. Two Annas playing. We were a little bit critical of knight e5 move earlier, which changed the pawn structure for white.
Right.
We really like this knight on d3, actually controlling e5, but once it went to e5, now after the trades, it's the pawn that took over, and the question is this pawn a strength or a weakness? And since position still remains very close, and we have the main imbalance is knight versus bishop, I would say black's knight is a little bit better than the bishop, so black should be slightly preferable, but white does have some chances on the king side. Maybe if you're creative, you can start some attack like rook d4, queen going to h6, and rook to h4. Of course, it shouldn't be hard for black to defend. There's many different ideas. Black can always drop back with the knight, knight f8 even. White would love to have a dark squared bishop to take over the diagonal, but unfortunately that's already gone. So let's take a look after rook d4. What move here comes to mind for black? There's a lot of options.
Not easy. Okay, queen c7, releasing the rook on a8 to better pastures.
Let's say queen g5, maybe going for h4, h5. Now this is a little bit risky because if it doesn't work out, then I just weaken my king for nothing.
Exactly.
But if white doesn't try something and just stands, maybe black will keep improving the position and take over.
I apologize. I'd take my queen move back for a moment, and let me try queen f8.
Queen f8.
So idea here may be to play queen g7 and certain. Okay, h6. You kind of
Sorry,
provoke
I shut
me.
that down.
No. You kind of provoke me into doing something.
But h6 provocation works in white's favor because now I actually have something to go after.
Seriously? Okay, queen g7.
Queen g7. Maybe rook g4.
What are you doing there?
Just hearing you.
You're just there.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm not
there.
sure what my rook is
Bishop's
doing.
going to come to d3 and then I'm pushing h4.
h4, h5. I thought I was getting my queen over and somehow I was tying you to the e5 pawn. Not so easy to get in the minority attack. A5, b. First of all, the pawn is hanging. And second of all, the rook on g4 covers b4. So my rook on e7 isn't doing anything, but I don't like playing f6.
I'm not sure about your queen.
Being good on g7?
Yeah. Maybe I wasn't sure about the queen.
There's an idea. If you're putting the queen on f8, then you can use the knight to go to a better square.
Yeah.
But then when she traded on e5 at the very start, she should have traded the knight on d7 and kept the knight on c6. Sorry, once again, just the position that we had on our board for a moment there. Queen, rook d4, queen f8. Right here, if I go with the gauntlet, f5.
Oh, f5.
Let's go.
I'm definitely going to do
Knight
some.
takes.
So now you have long-term weaknesses, especially
I do.
e6. Can I go to b4?
Okay, I was hoping for e5 because I don't want your queen to post up on e5.
Well, I'm focused on the king side. I keep seeing that engine keeps suggesting e4 for white, so you can play on both sides.
Right.
And take full control.
So if I go e5 here, you're going to play a4.
Yeah. Because suddenly your a6 pawn becomes a weakness.
Yeah.
I was dealing with the king side.
Yeah,
now
I was
got to deal
wondering
with the queen
whether
side.
you could just
That's why
ignore the king
computers are so
side.
strong.
Can you ignore it?
From the very start.
From the very start. Like just
Okay.
focus. So where's the queen?
Queen's on b8, so
And-
it's white to play, and I like this move rook d4.
I like the move rook d4 a lot.
Okay, queen f8 I don't have a problem with.
You don't have a problem.
No, I don't have a problem with that. But here I wanted to go rook.
Back to e8 or...
Rook c8 is what I wanted, or knight b6, some kind of just to try to...
Makes sense.
Okay.
I was a little afraid
Is
of the...
bishop d3 or h4? I would start with bishop d3.
Yeah, I know, I just wanted to see how dangerous.
So you put a knight on c4, we'll put a rook on e2.
The longer the computer thinks, more it starts to like white.
Because of h4, h5, and just
That's quite
slowly, yeah. The knight on c4, go ahead, put the knight on c4.
guys,
Visually it looks beautiful, but rook
Looks
e2,
like
please.
Alice Lee and Harika Dronavalli will be repeating.
Have done
They've
so.
repeated the position twice. And if Alice plays bishop f1,
It will be a third time.
it will be a third time. So sorry
No,
to interrupt.
No. I mean, it's important for Harika, who comes into today's round as a tournament co-leader. She has black again. Whenever you're playing a Wunderkind, if you don't mind me using that expression, you don't want to be on their list of victims, right?
No.
I mean, because then they'll say, look how good she is. She's beaten everybody, including da-da-da-da, and your name appears. So somehow with the black pieces, playing against Alice Lee, she's had a good tournament. I think a draw was fine.
Well, they're still thinking, so...
We do have rook d4 on the board in this game.
Rook d4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anna has found this move. And to my surprise, Anna is not in time trouble. She still has 35 minutes on the clock.
We'll check with you in 30 minutes and we'll see how valid it is. Yeah. I love the move rook d4 because it's one of those building moves.
And what about if you just we follow the principles of defense, knight goes to f8.
Knight f8.
You don't get mate.
H4.
Actually...
Or bishop d3.
No.
So white's plan is very simple. Just h4, h5, no matter what black
Yeah.
wants.
No, I don't like knight f8. I feel like the knight belongs on c6.
But the other thing I would say is, back to a point you were making, Jovi, is you want to do the minority attack.
Yeah.
You do want to play a5 and b4, and you do want to try to create...
yeah.
But the problem is your setup with the queen on, I want to say with your queen on f4 and your rook on b4, you're not passing. Mm-hmm. So I like your h4 plan. I like queen g5, but I'm not playing b4 in the immediacy, and I'm like, what have I'm kind of stuck.
It's a strange position. It looks like black is completely fine.
Right.
But then once white's plan becomes very obvious,
Bishop
we don't
d3.
like knight f8, we don't like queen f8. So what are we supposed to do?
Well, she's gone for knight b6.
Knight b6 immediately.
Oh, and we're going to see a repetition. Mm-hmm. Well, potentially, because bishop f1 played.
I'm breathless.
I'm so sorry. I forgot. Okay, Harika still has a choice. So
Stop the press. Okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
I really like to leave the Anna game with a visual. If you don't mind, bishop d3, knight c4, rook e2. And I really like white's position because the knight on c4 looks good, but it's not really harassing. He's like
the rook. It's a pretty knight.
It's a pretty, but queen f6, h4, h5, white's play is very simple. And
again, it looks like black shouldn't have any trouble defending, but in a couple of moves, once we get all the pieces on the right squares, I would not want to be black.
Exactly. And that was why I kind of lashed out a moment ago with f5, because I felt I was losing ground. I want to turn our attention to the game of Irina and Elisabeth, because there was that very lonely pawn, the maroon pawn on e7, and that disappeared. It no longer exists. When we left it about these parts. We really were lauding the fine play of Elisabeth, and we felt that just around here, she's the one who has secured a very clear advantage with bishops of opposite color. You put the pawn on c3 over on b3, totally different story. White's bishop would have a nice diagonal to operate on. The reality is, in the position that we have on our board, the bishop on d2 is rather stymied, and contrarily, Black's idea of gift me the pawn on c4 is very straightforward. And suddenly, Irina was the one on the back foot, and she has been playing to try to hold the position. That's the situation. Advantage Elisabeth in this matchup.
Yeah, and big advantage on time as well. Irina down to 25 minutes and 46 seconds. And do remember that this time control, there is no second time control. And the result that I've been shouting about for the last 10 minutes has actually happened. It was a draw by repetition between young Alice Lee and Harika Dronavalli.
Stop my beating heart. Just too excited. I get it.
I'm sorry.
No. On the contrary, it was lovely to hear your passion and enthusiasm for a draw. I can't wait when a victory disappears. It'll be too much. Look, one of the things I prided myself on in my chess career is I've not made every mistake that's possible a single time. I've done it twice to be sure that it was a mistake the first time. And one of the most pathetic rooks I've ever had in my life, okay, I have to admit it was my scholastic days as well. After a move like A4, I do not ask what on earth possessed me to make such a move. But I have played a move like rook A3, and that rook was crying. It's encaged, it's entombed, it's never getting out, and I literally played the game of rook down and lost like a child.
Yeah.
Deservedly so.
Actually, it's a good pattern to have in your memory banks.
Right.
I mean, because it's normally a good attacking pattern.
It's hard wired.
Yeah.
Because
I've seen it. You know, you kind of get a rook in the middle of the board, and then
Also
the opponent manages to trap it,
Right.
and just completely encircle it. So, yeah, definitely one just to have in your minds.
Yeah, you be careful. It's the case of the clumsy rook. I called it in the winning chess series. In Irina, Krush, Elisabeth, again, we like very much Elisabeth's position. It by no means losing or anything like that. I mean, there's still lots of play there. I want to go again to the game of Anna's, because after knight b6, we're expecting this very, very straightforward bishop d3, rook e2, h4, h5, get on with business over there. And for black, where is the counterplay? Where is the counterplay?
Yeah, that's somehow the knight on b6 is misplaced.
Yeah.
And now queen to g5.
Okay, tickling. This was, interestingly enough, this was a move that the computer liked and was playing. Why, Nasi, was it so enthusiastic about this move? Queen to g. I appreciate it's a threat, but you assume that once the rook is defended and or it moves, why was it important to have our queen on g5?
So queen g5 was the first move in a lot of different lines.
Yep.
I believe it was if queen f8.
Right.
I can't find it here.
Yes.
Then it really liked queen g5 so that black doesn't play, for example, queen g7. So we're just
making it awkward.
Right. But in this current position after knight b6, queen g5 was not the top choice. It was between bishop d3 and h4.
Gotcha.
Let's see what the difference is. Now, if knight c4 immediately...
Hold on, rook is hanging.
Rook is hanging. So maybe rook c7.
Okay.
Looks like a good move. h4. The problem is maybe black has this tempo move, queen d8.
Mm-hmm.
After which, we of course don't want to trade queens. Then our attack would just disappear. Do we want to put it on h6?
Okay, let's give it a
but
shot.
then the queen's...
Knight c4. The only thing is, I really want to play rook e2, but my
with the bishop
Yeah.
on d3.
Right.
But is it possible to kind of also chase that white queen? That's what I would be doing.
queen
as
f8.
Yeah, I would be going queen f8.
Like instead of knight c4.
Yeah.
Right, queen f8. Yeah, I have to come back somewhere. Queen, maybe c1, which is not what I want to do, but I can get back there later.
Right.
But it's going to be slightly awkward, yes. I think bishop d3 was the
More
best
accurate,
move.
yes.
So that on knight c4, we can just play rook e2 and forget about the queenside counterplay.
Makes sense to me, too. Of course, even after your move, queen g5, even after your move, what did you...
Rook c7.
Rook c7. We could go back
d3?
to bishop to d3, but okay, maybe queen g5 is not most accurate, but this is one of those positions where you feel as white, you have a lot of the luxury of time. You're not forced. There are certain positions where, like Irina's position, where you're absolutely required to accelerate the play, to force a clash. Here it's sort of like white can h4, rook e2, can play a lot of quiet moves before getting the battle underway. Advantage Anna Zatonskih, and boy, does she need a win to fight her way back into this tournament.
Okay, that's very true. But we're going to go to Begim, who is with Alice Lee.
Hi Alice, welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
Let's go check your game a little bit. It seemed like you got slightly better position out of the opening, but something went wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I didn't prepare this before the round, but I had like a vague memory of what to do. So I knew that my position was slightly better, and maybe I had something like after she played e5 instead of queen g4, like maybe a3 immediately. Yeah,
But queen g4 seems nice, and then the engine says she has to take takes on d4, queen d4, and she has to play queen e7.
yeah, I considered that. I thought it was okay for white, but yeah, of course I don't want to take on g7. But okay, I thought her move of queen e7 was also interesting. And yeah, so I played a3, which seems very natural. And after she took...
And did you consider here takes on b4?
Yeah, I was calculating that before she played e takes d4, but I didn't really like after knight takes b4. It looked like, I mean, she has knight c2 and my knight's still hanging. I guess the engine says rook c1 and then bishop takes c3, but yeah, I did think knight a2 and...
Takes bishop, knight a2.
Bishop...
Yeah, it says bishop g7, but I was just wondering, so I asked her after the round, we chatted for a minute, and she also said that she was considering to play knight b4. So just this position seemed like not much for you.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I saw this, but I did not evaluate after knight a2 and bishop takes g7 that it was good for white. Because I thought like my king side is kind of open, especially if she takes a rook on c1, but I suppose her king is also not in the best position. Yeah.
Okay. Other than that, you guys got this position, and then you forced to repeat, and she forced to repeat as well, and it ended in a very logical way, in a draw, in my opinion. So, Alice, how are you feeling about the tournament now? You played, 3 rounds. Are you still a bit nervous?
Yeah. I mean, the first 3 rounds went okay, I guess, especially since yesterday was such a topsy-turvy game. But, everything weird happened in time scrambles. So
definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's an okay start for me, but I hope these 3 rounds have helped me get in shape, and hopefully, at least in this tournament, my goal is to have like a win at some point. Yeah, I mean, a draw is an okay result, but I'll try my luck tomorrow.
Definitely, and thank you for being here. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begim and Alice. And on that note, I think it's the perfect time for us to take a short pause and go into a break. And meanwhile, Begim had a chance to ask the players about the future of women's chess. Enjoy.
How do you see the future of women's chess evolving, and what changes would you like to see in the chess community to further support female players?
I think already there are many, like at least couple of super tournaments, elite tournaments in women. Like this year, Norway got introduced, and like we have been having Cairns Cup from like I think four editions. So it's wonderful to see. And I think more and more tournaments like this caliber should come up, so that more girls will be, looking forward and interested to take it professionally and play. And I think, it is definitely doing better than before, for sure. And I think it can do even better. And I'm hoping so.
As from my experience and also from what I see how chess is becoming more and more popular all over the world, I am glad that more and more people are interested in that, and especially girls and women, because I think it's a great game. And even if you don't become professional, it will still help you in life in the other areas which you choose.
I think female chess is evolving worldwide. Also some strong women events. We have more like in Norway recently. We had very strong women tournament, and of course I'm looking forward more and more.
Chess has been on a steady rise, and I think a lot more girls are being interested in the game, especially since the Queen's Gambit came out. For the chess community, I would say having these tournaments is a good start. I think the St. Louis Chess Club is doing a great job. I also really, for me when I was growing up, one thing that I really appreciated was having camps, like having all-female camps or all-female tournaments. One of my favorite was the Kasparov Chess Foundation's All-Girls Nationals tournament. And I think that it steers toward creating a more friendly environment, and it's always for me something to look forward to.
Well, I think having more high-level, high-profile tournaments like this would be great, right? Because women just need opportunities to compete. When there are big events, there's motivation to train and prepare. And the more we have of them, the more it's going to be viable to make chess your career for women.
I think we are actually on a very good path, because if I compare it to 20 years ago, and I was already very active 20 years ago, we have much more opportunities nowadays. I mean, the Cairns Cup, now Norway Chess, the Chinese also organize very good female events. So we have actually a lot of federations and huge sponsors ready to support women's chess. This was not the case many years ago. So that's already a great thing. If now FIDE would consider to have the same number of events like in the male section, that would be great. I mean, thinking about the Chess Grand Tour, for example, the Fisher Rapid World Championship, such tournaments, if you could also get such events, of course, it would be nice, because then we would have much more opportunities to play huge and strong events and make a living out of that.
So one of the things that I've realized is that female chess players should not give up at such a young age. When I grew up, I received the advice that women players should retire by age 30. However, I realized that's actually not the case. I'm already 33, but I still play very well. I'm at the peak of my career. Now, for generations like me, this may be a little bit too late to change for women players in general, but for the younger generation, I really think that they should adjust their mental state, and one should not limit themselves to a certain age or a certain level to play in. And I'm hoping that I will be one of those who will continue in my career for as long as I can play, and be inspiration for the younger generations to not limit themselves.
Probably more tournaments, more commercial for these tournaments. And in general, I agree that chess should be faster time control.
First of all, I would like to have more tournament for women, because speaking about the round-robin tournaments, we have only a few of them. And if this amount increases, then I'm sure that many more girls will be glad to play chess.
I remember when I started playing chess professionally, more than, I don't know how many, 25 years ago, there were so few women's chess tournaments with such little prizes that you wouldn't believe nowadays. And of course, the way women's chess is developing, and right now at this current moment, it's just a dream come true. And as for my dream, actually, in the last few months especially, I've been dreaming to see something similar to WTA tour in tennis. Every week, basically, we should have something that you can come and you can play, you can try to qualify, because right now we have some tournaments, but it's not year round, and it would help, I think, a lot to have something that you can, plan ahead, and you can come any week and play and participate and try to win great prizes. So that's my dream right now.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster.
Welcome back. We're in the middle of round 3 of the Cairns Cup, and we already have 2 results, 2 draws. So let's check everything out. And here you can see it was a draw between Alice Lee and Harika Dronavalli. Also a draw between Mariya Muzychuk against Tan Zhongyi in the battle of former women's world champions. 3 games in play.
And our marquee matchup, that game between Mariya and Tan. Great defense. I'm very impressed.
Very impressed from Tan.
And she's not even a French defense player, and she played it meticulously well. I really liked her play. Sorry, 3 games underway, and we have advantages in those games. We're going to pick up the action between Irina and Elisabeth, and I really like what Elisabeth has done. She's activated her king. She's played the move King F7, as that's a prelude to playing Rook E6. And as we were on break, you were telling me that you felt that Irina, after the move Rook E6, should not stand still. You thought that it was going to be necessary to get some kinds of play with the moves G4, H5, and G5. And I said, well, yeah, but aren't you voluntarily creating a weakness? But you felt that white cannot stay in place.
Yes.
She's not going to be able to hold this position by just
Right.
staying here.
I mean, I was once privy to a lecture done by the Norwegian Grandmaster Jon Ludvig Hammer,
Yeah.
and his specialty was rooks, again, rooks with opposite color bishops on the board.
Oh, really?
And one of the things that he said, it's all about, for the aggressor, it's all about that mini plan, slowly improving the position whilst keeping control. For the defender, it's often very necessary just to sacrifice material in order to imbalance the position, because you're always going to be, as a defender, always going to be superior on one color complex.
Right.
And you can use that to generate enough play often to hold the fort.
Interesting. In this case, I'm a little bit surprised because Elisabeth, it might be for time reasons, whatever, has repeated the position once. She's definitely in the position of strength. For me, her advantage is very clear. Check, king, f2, rook here, and let's just put a move on the board because it was something that you wanted to do and I have no objections to h5. Rook takes. If you take with the rook, then I was going to reposition the bishop to a6. You therefore wanted to recapture with the
Yes,
king.
I always feel that the rook has to have that possibility to come to b7 if the bishop lets go of
And
that
just
square.
because the rook may come to b7, I was going to reposition my king close to the queen side. So king e6 would be my move. It's a temporary shot. Did you like king e3?
Yeah,
I
king
wasn't
e3.
sure whether it was this position that we were getting
Yep.
in our analysis.
So if we get this position and say we stand for a little bit, what is the plan?
Let's just make a move. It's
Yeah.
not a good move. Apologies, but you can see what my plan is right away. My plan is you have only one weakness, the pawn on c4. If I can't attack it, it's actually not a weakness. So my plan all along was either to put my bishop on a6, which is why I brought my king back to c8, by the way, or to put my bishop on e6, one of those two squares, and I want to tie your pieces down to the defense.
Right, and if...
So that's my plan.
Yeah, and well, there's two kind of ways to handle that plan. We do see a move there, incidentally, from Elisabeth. A4. I don't think that changes the nature too much.
No.
But, okay, so white can...
So I'm going to take that move back for just a moment. I'm going to play what we have been discussing. Rook check, rook e2. What did we do? h5, rook takes e2, king takes e2. We're going to get back to our position that we had. King e3, king d7. And then how are you handling affairs?
How to wait. I think maybe you can wait with g3.
g3, by the way...
Just to anchor the bishop.
Let me dissuade you of this idea that if you're going to play g4. so whether you play g4 on the first go or the second go, you're going to have to play g4.
Well, this is interesting because this is where actually we see Jon Ludvig's idea, where he goes, the rook can now swing over to g2.
Okay.
And you see that, you know, black doesn't have that full element of control because g5 is coming.
Yeah, but again, these bishops of opposite color, they have their own laws, and the laws, according to ourselves, are who's got the targets. You're playing g4, g5, and I understand you're trying to create a target on g7. I'll take. You put your rook on g5. I'll put my rook on, and I'm going to attack this pawn. I'm not exactly sure how. I'll wait for you to play rook g2, you play here. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, yeah.
The weakness here...
And the weakness on c4.
And the weakness here, they speak to themselves. This one, it's not so easy for you to put your bishop on either e5 or d4. By the way, none of this has happened. We do have instead the move a4. And I will speak against that move for just a moment. One of the things that bishops of opposite color have their own laws, and in truth, this move a5, a4, I don't see this as helping me. No, yeah. I kind of see this as maybe, in a very, very small way, a hindrance. Not that this would have ever happened, but if you had put your rooks on the first rank, maybe on a very good day, the bishop would have poked its head out to a4 to c2. And so when I see the move a5, a4, I feel I'm taking away my own options. I've lost a little bit of an opportunity. I'm not saying it's a terrible move or anything like that, but I don't like that move. I think I'm losing options, and I'm going to just catch up with the player because Lizzie's gone in a completely different direction. She isn't challenging the e-file. She just played the move rook a8, and Nasi, jump in on this one for me because I'm a little bit confused. I don't know what it is that she's trying, and maybe the computer likes her choice.
Evaluation-wise, nothing has changed.
Nothing changed.
Nothing changed. It's the same slight advantage for black. And I can see as a player how I would keep playing this with the black pieces to torture my opponent for a long time. But I kept looking at the line, said there is no objective line where black actually
breaks through or something.
Yeah.
Right. But you saw our discussion with rook g6 check and rook e6 from the start.
Earlier, right?
Yeah, without the move.
Here.
Yeah.
E6.
And how was the engine holding for Irina? Did the engine like h5, for example?
h5 might be unnecessary.
Unnecessary.
Yes.
Okay.
So instead, any move, like move the bishop somewhere.
Okay, rook takes, rook takes.
I can take with either, but let's say rook e2.
Bishop doesn't matter. Bishop b7.
d7.
Boy 7, sorry, apologies. Bishop boy 7, yeah.
And no, maybe h5.
And bishop a6.
Well, that's where you're going. I was wondering.
And rook b8.
Okay. So the threat is rook b1 and rook
I'm just trying to tease the queen side.
It's so sad to shut it down with something like e1.
And after rook b1?
Rook b1, I just bring the king over.
Rook a. Don't
do you remember that? Do you remember that pattern you showed us?
You walked into something here.
Why are you laughing? We're having a private conversation. Nazi and I are having a very good. That is funny. I've done it to myself again. Bravo. Just a second. Hold on. Let me pat myself on the back. Nice. Okay, that was a surprising way of holding the position. I didn't expect that. By the way, in that position, just before I blundered my rook at the start, put the rook back, if you don't mind, on b8. Yes, exactly here. If I had played the terrible move, rook e8, going into a bishops of opposite color. But again, in my view, it's two results.
Yeah,
right?
It's two results, of course.
Yeah.
But you only get one extra pawn, and it's the double pawns. So how do you break through
Well,
here?
I go king a4 and bishop d5, right?
Okay, so king d7.
Yeah.
I do have 3 versus 2 on the king side, so this will distract you. f4.
Okay.
King c6.
Okay.
Say g5.
Okay, bishop f7. Maybe I wanted to start with bishop f7. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, take f5.
And I take a pawn, you take a pawn, and it's closer to a draw than a win. King b5.
Peter says just triple zeros.
Oh, no.
Then the bishop can snake its way,
King
right?
a4.
And now the bishop can
you
come
do
to
have
g5.
all the pawns on the black square. So if you take on a3, I go bishop d8.
And I don't queen a pawn.
a4. You're close. You're close.
King b3.
I would have to calculate here and be very careful. How am I catching? Okay.
Should I
There's
play
c4. There's c4.
Yeah, and I was curious, should I play c4 or not?
Can, but then I'm prepared to set.
Are you?
King c1.
a3 and king
b1.
b. Wow, close.
Close.
But again, I just feel like Lizzie's the one dictating the action. Thank you for playing along, and thank you for laughing at my beautiful attempts at victory.
It was
I won a pawn. I won the pawn.
Only because you said, like, his scholastic chess.
Well, I said I didn't become a grandmaster. It was before I became a grandmaster.
I would
that
only
trapped
laugh
my
because
rook.
of that.
Got
I'm
it.
sorry, yeah.
No, it was goody. We'll keep an eye on this one. The other games that are in progress, let's jump to them. Anna's. When we left it, we thought that Anna Zatonskih was building up a nice, slow but steady, long-term kingside attack, and nothing has really changed. She's still got the pluses in the position that we liked for her. She's played h4. Her bishop is nicely on this diagonal, and very, very slowly, h5, rook e2. I don't know. Usually I like including the move a3. I'm not even sure why. Maybe I'm just, hardwired for those minority attacks, and I do like meeting them with my pawn on a3. But long term, h5, rook h4. Let's go. Let's have some fun.
Totally true. But it's black to play.
Okay.
This is my question to both of you, actually.
Please.
Can black try to stymie the attack with h5?
No.
No.
There was a marvelous, marvelous game, and I believe it was between Ulf Andersson and Anatoly Karpov as white. And one of the most extraordinary things that Anatoly Karpov did is Ulf was trying to shut things down with h5. And in this position, you'll recognize, obviously, that I have the break g4.
Yep.
And you can see that when I play g4, you want to play king g7, rook h8.
Yes.
And what Anatoly Karpov did is he did a king walk all the way over to the queen side first, and then he broke, and the knight was passive on d7. Or actually, I think it was even passive on d8. It was protected. And it was really beautiful game, and it was extraordinary because, like yourself, I was of the opinion that Ulf was defending well, and he got obliterated. And it was really a masterful, masterful game. The problem is if the pawn were on f4, then g4 doesn't have the impetus. I get to break things open. I think that this is a nice position, but maybe the computer has a completely different idea. Nasi, how does the computer evaluate this?
So h5, according to the computer, is not necessary.
Is not necessary.
The main reason is because of rook f4, rook f6, and then black always has to watch out for bishop g6.
I thought knight d7 was coming, but maybe bishop g6 is an issue.
I think here, yes, maybe immediately.
Yeah.
Again, this is not losing for black, but white gets some chances.
Wow.
Okay. This is really important.
Yeah, no, this is crucial stuff. But this I can see queen, rook f7.
Rook f7 as well.
Rook f7.
Oh, queen h4.
Queen, oops.
Oh, nasty. Yeah.
That is a draw. And here, actually, white can just go to the endgame and have the 3 pawns for the knight.
Yeah.
And should be equal, but computer likes white, so because we're winning the 4th pawn, maybe?
Well, if we win the 4th pawn, yeah,
of course. Looking pretty good for white. So,
gotcha.
But h5 is very tempting to play with black. You don't want to let white to play h5.
Okay, assuming you make another move, it doesn't matter. Rook c8, rook a c8.
Not h5.
Yeah. And how's the situation after white plays h5?
White's up half a pawn.
Only.
Yeah, but it looks so
but it's
for
dangerous.
us, we would not like to be just passively waiting for our opponent to build their attack.
Yeah, that's the one thing that audience might not realize. While computer says, oh, it's completely fine for black, for humans to sit in this position for a couple of hours, it's torture.
Exactly. Because you feel that, well, your opponent has moves like rook g4, rook h4, and they can do this and they can do that, and you're just reacting. You're just not counter striking. We like Anna Zatonskih's game there. Let's go to Alexandra.
Maybe, let's head there.
Pop in on
the evaluation
Alexandra.
bar is all the way in white's favor.
When we left it, we saw a queen trade on d4. Queen takes d4, bishop takes d4, castles, king d2, and we were really, really happy with white's position. We really thought that, the position, dare I say it, speaks for itself. I mean, complete control, 2 bishops, open position. Last move, king e3, an indication that we might start proceedings against this pawn. Remember, this bishop on b7, I've been kind of waiting for a chance to play rook takes b7, bishop to c6, trade, and then pounce on this weak a pawn. So king e3 looks like a nice step in this direction. And how big of an advantage would you give white? Would you say 2 pawns? Would you say more? Would you say less? I think it's everything. I mean,
I think it really is everything. And also, there's something I just noticed is that the bishop can drop back to c4.
I think we were channeling the same thought as well. That suddenly, you know, whether it be with or without bishop takes e5, but there's a bishop c4 sighting
Exactly.
as well.
I mean, there's that you can slide the rook over to d1 to attack the pawn, and then drop this bishop back. And
outside of bishop a6, I just don't see any moves.
But this bishop on c3 is such a good defender of the weak points.
And bishop a6, bishop c6 just shuts you down. In the meanwhile, these two rooks are kind of stymied. One's protecting the other, that's protecting the a pawn. Maybe white has a free hand to even expand on the king side, g4, g5. I'm going to give it 2 points. Here it comes, 3-5. I feel like the price is right. Where, you know, like a game show where I have to choose the computer's evaluation.
What are the rules? If you go higher, does that mean you're out?
I don't know the rules, right? I'm not competing against you. You can go higher, you can go lower. 2.35, that's my bar. I'm setting the bar.
I think it's 3.
And the answer is?
It's a little bit more than 3. So you have your lunch.
I tell you, I have this like terrible, uncanny ability, annoys my husband no end, that when it comes to like plucking random numbers, I got it.
You got it. Well, more than 3, and why is that the case?
Because computer's first suggestion here is bishop d5. I like that move. Actually.
What?
Well, you're so stymied. I like it. I like bishop to d5.
White doesn't have to take, but it's because
it's that bad.
Yeah.
We don't have moves.
White keeps improving, and black's just sitting and waiting to lose, really. So bishop d5, at least an active move. Of course, the idea is if you take it, then black's back in the game. So instead, white would probably play rook d1
and rook takes
bishop
d6.
b3, take on d6. Oops, that was a misclick. Rook takes d6, and we're just going to start picking up all the pawns. e5 will be next, then f6.
Yep.
Like black has 2 major pieces just sitting in the corner, cannot activate. So.
And again, the bishop's dominating the open board. King e3 +3. Gosh darn it, I really thought I was close on this one. I thought I had you, actually.
To be fair, white doesn't even have an extra pawn.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So as Alexandra, enjoys her position, we have a question.
From social media.
Yes, Stump the Masters. Here we are. We're ready. Bring it on. Question from JJ.
Martin, how important is psychology? Is it a big factor to consider?
I'll defer on this one. You first. How important is psychology at the chessboard?
I think it's very important. The more I speak with grandmasters, the more they tell me that often they also play the man, not just the board. Like they consider whether that person likes to take risks, whether a solid player, if they see that the other player is like ultra aggressive, I've often heard, them say, you shut the game down. Just shut the game down. And I once used psychology as well to beat one of my good friends. I felt really mean about this because, you remember what I said about attackers not necessarily being great calculators? Well, I knew that this person wasn't a great calculator, so I kept giving them like provocative lines so that, it was tempting to sacrifice, but it wasn't quite enough, and they would have to calculate. And then, they didn't go for it, and then I started taking over the initiative and won. But I think it's very, very important. You have to consider the person that you're playing, especially because there's such small margins involved. Everyone has access to the same databases, the games, the engines. So you've got to be relying on those small things.
jump in, Nasi. How important is psychology? Has it been important in your career? We've just seen how Jovi tricked a close personal friend.
Definitely.
Was she 9 years old?
No, it was one of my very good friends.
Okay, psychology
very
in chess.
Important, but I would say it's not about your opponent, it's you versus you. Because most of my games that I've lost or played badly was not because my opponents were outplaying me or they were better. It was because I was not in the right mindset. Either something outside the chess was affecting me, or during the game I didn't have enough confidence, or I was not being objective. So coming to the game with the right mindset is just as important as your opening preparation.
By the way, sorry to interrupt you, but I noticed that between the two Annas, as you were talking, I saw that a draw came up. So there must have been a repetition in these games with Anna. And for us, this is a bit of a surprise because we think that White was in a position of strength at the time the draw was agreed.
But talking about psychology, this is, you know, we also have to think about Anna Zatonskih's placing in the tournament. She just come off two losses.
Back-to-back losses. That's very hurtful.
And normally what you want to be doing is stabilizing the ship. And she's playing Anna Muzychuk. This is the kind of position where if you don't play in an energetic way, it can backfire. So I do understand Anna Zatonskih's decision just to kind of, you know what, let's take a draw and move on to the next game.
Well, the Soviets definitely believe in stopping the bleeding, and in this case, I understand it. I do, however, still feel that White was for choice at the moment they stopped, and they did have this repetition back and forth between the bishop and the knight. Just wanted to answer my take on the whole question of psychology. I grew up with Bobby Fischer as kind of a chess hero, and Bobby said, I don't believe in psychology. I believe in good moves. And I kind of adopted the same attitude. I don't care what kind of a player you are, positional, attacking, calculator, let's go. Later, when Garry Kasparov especially became the force of nature that he was, I realized that he was very, very aware of the psychology of the moment and who had the momentum and these types of things. And these X factors I never really considered, he was taking them to heart. So I think there's just different approaches. I wasn't of that psychology thing, but I think for the Soviets especially, but for Garry too, in his life, he was very, very aware of who was on a downswing, who was on an upswing, who had the momentum, who was working, and also who was working with whom. Yeah. So he would sit there on the board and say, Vasily Ivanchuk has just started working with somebody who happens to be a Grunfeld expert. So I know, and his depth and knowledge was pretty intense. Me, I grew up with Bobby Fischer. I believe in good moves.
Yeah, but I can tell you, Magnus and his peers are very much thinking about psychology.
Really?
Yes. You can see it in his style. You know, he plays very provocatively against the young talent coming through. He takes the really big risks.
As we saw
in Norway chess.
Exactly.
And that's primarily just to kind of unsettle them.
Interesting. Okay, there you go. 2 games left, 3 draws this far, and where's the action?
Well, we're waiting for Alexandra to convert her winning position. We didn't see bishop d5 on the board, that quirky move, but instead she played d5, and now...
We understand why. I mean, she doesn't. She knows that she's just going to get killed if she doesn't do something, but lashing out...
Bishop takes e5 is +4. We're reaching now.
It's getting worse. Sometimes when you lash out from a bad position, you get worse. But okay, continue the line because Nana clearly wants to capture.
Bishop takes f6, pawn takes, and bishop c4 is the easiest win. Because we take the f7 pawn. It's the same color bishops. We have rook on the 7th rank. We're about to pick up extra pawns. I'm still not buying the +4.
That's a lot. +4
I would say
is huge.
+2.5. +4 is
massive, isn't it? Yeah.
Now, I appreciate the engine's first move is bishop c4, but with all apologies to computers everywhere, I would take the pawn on e4.
Well,
Like-
Yasser, that's only +3.
And yeah, because unfortunately for Nana, I mean,
She can't move.
she went d5, but the same issues of her doubled rooks exist.
Can she
Yeah.
go bishop a6 and go, yay?
Yay, liberation, freedom.
I
Probably
think your
not.
rook's trapped on a8. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, I
maybe
can
not.
throw
Rook
in a
to
check.
Yes.
Rook c3.
That forces some trades.
And there's a pass
Then you
c4.
play rook. Bishop d5 is coming.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
Bishop
yeah.
also like
d5.
rook f8. Oh, this is just
It's
very
disgusting,
sad to
yeah.
watch. Rook a7 and
Right. We have children in our audience, so we'll leave it here. Wow. Okay, so huge advantage. And then the other remaining game, sorry, that was
That's
Elisabeth
the
and
opposite
Irina.
color bishops.
And let's jump to that one because Lizzie went rook a8. Just a second, I'm confused now. She went rook a8 and rook g8. She clearly doesn't have confidence as to how to create rook c8. Well, that rook has been just about everywhere. a8, g8, f8, and now c8. I'm more than curious. She's fearful that if she trades a pair of rooks, that she's going to be losing advantage. Whereas I think trading a pair of rooks, for me, it's about activating this bishop.
But it could also be she's in hustle mode.
Hustle.
Okay, let me
What's hustle
explain.
mode?
Hustle mode goes like this.
Is it anything to do with psychology?
Yes, it actually is.
Okay.
So what you do is you dance around the board. You go rook to g8, rook to c8, rook to a8.
You fake it.
You force your opponent to burn
Clock.
time on the clock,
Gotcha.
right?
Right.
And then when they
Which in
only
Irina's case,
have,
she will do.
Yes, exactly. Irina only has 16 minutes and
Okay.
and a half. And then when they're down to 5 minutes, when things are critical, then you go rook e6.
And then you strike in the...
Exactly, when they don't have so much time to
I don't think
things
of
through.
that as so much as psychological as simply good chess. I like to test my opponent here and there and there and there. They answer all the questions correctly, then I'll get back to the main
Exactly.
feature. Yeah.
And she's dancing between rook to g8, rook
Gotcha.
c8. Karina's thinking, what on earth is happening?
I'm
What
just
should I
holding.
do here? And why
you
not?
burn your clock.
All the best players, they do this. It's really mean,
I know, it is cruel. And I have seen it and I have done it myself. But it still feels to me like for Irina that, wow, she's being tested. She's the one that's, it's very, very hard to simply sit and wait. Sometimes it's the best defense is to say to your opponent, okay, do your worst and I will respond. Most of us try, like we just saw Nana do, lash out. We don't like sitting on our hands. We don't like just waiting for our opponent to increase the pluses in the position.
well, in this case,
Please, Nasi.
I wouldn't mind being in Irina's position. Yes, she's slightly worse, but I can see how to defend. So then I don't mind. I just sit back and go ahead and torture me. I'm here to sit and not let you improve.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So you're, okay. I despise, I'm not the one to sit and kind of
'Cause
twiddle my thumbs.
In games like this, saving and making the draw feels like a victory.
It is.
That's why I don't mind it.
Yeah, that's the part I look forward to as well, is when it's over. In this position, why is it that Lizzie has not gone for the rook e6? Should she play rook e6 in this position according to the chess engine? What would happen?
Try.
And what would happen? By the way, I kind of like the idea of forcing the king back to f2, but I'm not married to that idea. So immediate rook e6. Just go ahead and tell me what's going on, Nasi.
Yeah, it doesn't make a big difference
It
in
doesn't.
the evaluation, but if she wants to make any progress, she needs to trade one pair of rooks off.
Agreed. And what would be the main line, if you don't mind?
So we exchange on e6, give a check.
Okay.
Where would you go, f7 or
D7 for sure.
d7? let's say, and just then in king f2. I saw even king g4, but...
Okay, king f2, and if you don't mind my going rook b8 once more.
Rook b8?
Yeah, I do.
I will meet that with rook b2 now.
Sorry.
You both?
Ready.
Okay, and again, apologies for asking. At one moment you went h5, f5. I had this precise ending a moment ago. I'm not going to blunder my rook. I'm going to take on b2, and I'm going to go bishop b7, and I'm going to win your c4 pawn, because even if your king was on d3, I would have d5.
Yes.
And I'll put my bishop on f7, and then bring my king beautifully to the b3 square, as I mentioned before.
So
let's go.
a3, bishop a6,
a3,
g4. I think it's because the reverse is still here. White always has some counterplay.
Okay,
Let's say
bishop
h5,
takes.
King, so bishop f7, f4, king c6.
Yeah.
f5,
King.
b5.
Let's go.
Oh, I just blundered. C4 and all of a sudden white's winning.
Oh, wait. Okay, so I had to keep my bishop on c4 for a moment. Keep my bishop on c4.
Bishop c4, bishop c1, let's say king d5.
Yeah.
But you've got f6
sure.
coming.
King d5.
Oh, f6 is coming.
Yes. Bishop takes h6, and now who's pawn
Wait a minute. This is not... Okay, so I had wanted somehow my bishop, and it should be on d3. How should I be holding the majority over there?
Yeah, you need to be dancing on the same diagonal. So,
Okay.
White just very quickly starts pushing off the kingside pawns and creates a pass pawn.
Gotcha.
You can't.
Okay.
It needs to be on d1, right? That's the only way to hold.
So, apologies. Go back to the start, if you don't mind. Rook b2, to the position where we had rook b2, takes. I'm going to do a different approach. I'm thinking c4 is lost, okay? So I'll start with h5, and I'll put my pawns on h5 and g6.
Then my king comes in, maybe.
Okay, bishop goes back to b7.
b7, king f4 now.
Oh, no.
Have a
Don't
different
tell
problem.
me. Don't tell me. I don't get the setup I want. Or do I? I have a2. So I go bishop a6. You go there. I take a pawn.
Okay.
Now, if you...
Now, white's the one playing for a win.
Because if I take on a2, you go king g6.
Right, so you have to play... You have to come back with the king to save the g7 pawn.
Exactly. This isn't what I wanted. This is not what the line I wanted. I wanted my pawn on g6. I wanted my pawn on my bishop on d3, and then I'm
If you get the bishop to d1, then you also hold off the pawns, but you can't get there in time.
Yeah, it's just
okay. But the bottom line is we've got to start. Lizzie has to start from the current position by trading a pair of rooks, and then going into this bishop ending, hoping that when she does win a pawn, she'll be able to win the game.
Maybe she's holding off because she wants Irina to go lower on time?
Well, that was exactly what we were just discussing with Jovi here, this idea of doing a lot of more toing and froing, getting Irina under the 5-minute mark before going for the rook e2 and the big...
That would be her best chance.
Big bang. Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like that game is very tense, but let's go to Begim, who is with Anna Zatonskih.
Hi Anna, welcome to the studio. How are you feeling about this game? You already told me that you felt like you had an advantage at some point.
Okay, I'm feeling good because after 2 losses, you have to draw the game.
Yes.
And yes, could be better. I thought I had advantage, but I see you're like agent. Probably it was not much.
Mm-hmm. So, what point? Like,
I think after she took on e5, I had advantage. Maybe I misplayed a little bit. After here it's interesting tactics.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Let's go check why she couldn't take on e5, right?
Mm-hmm.
One move back.
Yep.
I want to show. I played rook d1, and I saw that the next move I can play knight e5 because now queen f4. Yes, take. Knight takes. queen f4, and now yes. So this was my idea to play knight e5, and yes. And position after f6, I think I'm like slightly better, because in the final variation she could play f6, queen f6, and probably like white is good.
And honestly, I was curious about your move knight e5. Usually in Karlsbad structures, the knight on d3 is just, perfectly placed, and then you made it here.
But then my bishop on c1 is not perfectly placed, and after knight e5 I created some problems which she had to solve, right?
So and your idea was to attack her king, as I
Yes, of course, like dark squares.
You decided to change the dynamic of the position. So you didn't think that you have much here to.
No, after knight e5 she probably with precise play to draw, but that I know before she was maneuvering, and now position changed. Okay, not dramatically, but it's completely different, and I know it's usually unpleasant to do.
Yeah. And you became more ambitious here with this. And at this point, I feel like, oh, finally, Anna is attacking.
But it's zeros. I thought it looks so good, right?
Yeah, it looks so good. It feels like you're going to push h4, h5, but there's much.
Yeah, this computer, they can defend any position, right? Yeah, but maybe one move before, maybe not queen g5. Could you do something better than queen g5 and rook d4? It's still it's close to equal. Wow.
I mean, you can push h4, but
h4 right away maybe was better.
But the engine is saying there's a difference, but
but engine can defend any position,
exactly.
right?
For the human perspective, it's tough to understand why you should play that way. But overall, you're satisfied with a draw today, right? To stop bleeding.
All coaches said that after 2 losses, you do not try to win, try to draw and stabilize situation. And I think it was very unfortunate start for me with 2 blacks. And in first round, I got worse position from the opening, and then I think I overplayed a head advantage, and then I messed up in some calculation. And yesterday also I had good position, but just blundered in one move, which was really disappointing.
Yeah, even yesterday you had completely nice position.
Yeah, I got from openings.
Yes, but it's a strong tournament. You guys will go back and forth. Does it mean
I was thinking about Bella Khatinashvili. I think she began also with 2 losses, and then she was doing really well in the Cairns Cup. Right?
She's going to be your inspiration.
Yeah, she's my inspiration in many ways, not only this.
That's awesome to hear. I'm glad to hear actually you are in a fighting spirit, and good luck tomorrow, Anna.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Begim. And it's nice to see Anna still in the fighting spirit.
I like the smile. I mean, 2 losses, and she's happy that she played a decent game, she didn't blunder anything, and I had advantage, and here's our results thus far. And I think it's 4 draws actually. No,
3 draws.
3 draws.
3 draws, but perhaps a 4th one coming our way.
Right. But we do see Alexandra, on the other hand, she is definitely in a huge winning position. By the way, after some thought, she didn't play bishop c4. The computer suggested move bishop c4, and as we've been told, it was more than a +3 advantage. And by capturing on e4, it's merely 3 for white. Very, very, very big advantage. The desirable move bishop a6, I think runs into an issue.
Nana quickly played bishop c8.
Okay, and again, you got to do something. And this bishop on b7 was constantly under duress. Here I have an issue. Just a second here. Can I force you to promote a pass pawn for me? I'm looking at the move bishop c6. Give me your rook.
Yes.
If you give me a check, yes?
Yeah.
This is what I wanted to suggest. Rook to c3. Go ahead and play rook to b8. And then I was being very cruel. I have a double threat. I want to take your bishop and I want to take your rook. And so here that was my question.
Yes.
Can I get you to promote me to...
I can actually play bishop e6. But otherwise, I
moment?
agree. I agree with your
At which
logic at
moment?
this moment.
Bishop E6 right here. Okay, that's fair. Okay,
okay, still very much winning.
We know
but
that it's winning, but that's not. Bishop C8. How else can I challenge this move, Bishop to C8?
Oh, I guess you could also go rook F1, target the F6
Rook
pawn.
F1. That's
I like that one.
That's a nasty.
I also wonder whether Bishop C4 is also a good idea. You know, trade off bishops and
I
live on the 7th rank.
I like your Rook F1, King G7, and
now
then
Bishop C4. Yeah, this is what
C4,
I had in mind.
Lure that king a little bit up the board, so Bishop E6 would cost a piece.
But my guessing is that she wouldn't play King G7. After Rook F1, she would just go,
Drop
okay,
another
it is
pawn?
what it is. Let's drop that pawn on F6.
Or Rook to B6. Well, the problem is, if I play Bishop E6, I just don't even see any. I mean,
There's
that's pawn
nothing.
just number 2, and the numbers
But
keep
we're still
growing.
alive. That's the only...
What am I living for? I mean,
suffering.
Yeah. I mean, oh no. What am I? I'm going to lose another pawn.
Yeah, rook takes bishop. Oops.
Oops.
Yeah, okay, that was not part of
this
the
is not-
equation. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, geez. Doesn't look good. Bishop C8. I love Rook F1. I love Bishop C6.
Okay, after Rook F1, let's
Yep.
try the groveling Rook
Please.
B6.
The grovel Rook B6. Now there's a good grovel. Okay,
But I
but
guess you can still go
One of the-
Bishop C4.
yes, because Bishop E6 will walk into
And
Rook
Rook
takes
takes
F6.
F6. And the king can never step up to
Bingo.
G7.
Oh no, this is
No,
just.
this is... ooh.
Yeah, this is grim. This is definitely grim. The Bishop C8 on the board are the clocks a factor in this one, Jovi?
Well, Nana has 10 minutes, Alexandra 18 and
18
13
even.
seconds.
Oh
Yeah.
no, then she
Plenty
can
of time.
pick Black's position apart in a myriad number of ways as we get the nice camera view there. And again, every time I see this view of the pieces and the board, I see luxury. I see luxury chess sets, and I've played with plastic pieces far too often, and I appreciate these beautiful pieces from the House of Staunton. So a big shout out to the folks who make that.
And before the time situation gets too crazy and things become very hectic, we are going to go on a very quick break. But don't go anywhere because we will come back with more of the final action.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Of round 3, and you can see Yasser is very exciting because we
won a pawn.
Because we were playing each other. We were actually looking at the game between Irina Krush and Elisabeth Paehtz, because that's still a very complex 2 rooks with opposite color bishops. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the results so far. And as you can see, it's been a peaceful round with 3 draws. A draw between Alice Lee and Harika Dronavalli. Also a draw between Mariya Muzychuk against Zhongyi. Zhongyi playing some excellent chess there. And Anna Zatonskih, she finally scored her first half point as she drew with Anna Muzychuk.
Yes, but with the 2 games remaining, the ones that we've been keeping our eye on, Alexandra Kosteniuk is just cruising to victory. Nothing to be said about that one, but a lot of back and forth and to and fro going on between Elisabeth Paehtz, who's enjoying an advantage against Irina, but not making progress. And we've been talking about the fact that she's been doing the to and fro with the idea of maybe just reducing Irina's clock time. So Irina kind of more or less got into this identical ending, well, maybe not exactly identical, but this ending has been here for the last, let's say, 40 minutes, and 20 of those minutes have passed on Irina's clock. So she went down from 30 minutes to 8, and before Elisabeth initiates a trade of a rook with rook E8, which we think is the way she has to go to improve her position. She wants to make sure her opponent has no time when she gets around to business. Speaking of Alexandra Kosteniuk, she is enjoying a pawn up, and it might even be more. When we left it, guess what? She did play that very strong move, rook to f1, hitting these pawns. We saw king g7, bishop c4, and we were ready to throw in the towel right there. We said, okay, you know, our fighter's taking too many shots. Nana tried bishop a6, rook f5, rook b6, rook c6, a trade, and after rook b8, bishop here. That's funny. I'm a pawn grabber. Is there something wrong with taking another pawn?
You want to take on f6 or
a5?
a5.
Sorry, that was... if I take on a5, maybe she felt there was an in-between check.
Yep, the king steps up.
And then the bishop would move away, and maybe she felt that she wanted even more than this. This is enough, of course. White is certainly winning, but I was just curious to why she chose to play bishop e5, which was a choice. Rook b6. We are now up to date with the play, and this just looks like, well, overwhelming ending. King d4, you're playing not only your material down, but you're actually playing a king down.
That's true. I was also going to ask you, what about if you change bishops?
It's winning.
It feels winning, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just so winning. You can put your rook on b5, and then my rook has stymied the king.
I mean,
it's out of the game.
That pawn structure on the right is just terrible, isn't it? The white king can even make a dash for that direction as well.
Exactly. Everywhere you look, you see weaknesses, and Nana is very, very, very aware that her position is no joy to behold. Bishop b5, let me just refresh my board and bring it up to date. Rook b6 on the board. Again, clock times, well,
they're both under 10 minutes. There we see Alexandra ticking down to the 9-minute and 30-second mark, whereas Nana is on 8 minutes and 16 seconds.
A bit surprised by that because, seriously, a very short while ago, Alexandra had 18 minutes, and I'm sure if you gave her 2 minutes and said you're in a blitz game, she would find all the right moves. Yep. Like her hand would go king d4, king c5, her hand would trade bishops and escort her a pawn up the board, just by hand. But sometimes when you have a lot of time on the clock, I don't know, you overthink the situation.
That's true, but also we're taught in endgames, one should hurry but never rush.
Hurry but don't rush.
Yeah.
Okay. We've all told everybody be patient. Winning positions will win. But in this particular case, I mean, the move's a screamer.
I know.
King d4, get on with business. Right. Just let's go. Let's go.
Okay, but let's be honest here around the table, just between us and the viewers, right?
Right.
How many times have you squandered a position because you've been impatient?
Oh, well, let's see. Did it ever happen?
It's happened to me a lot.
Really? Really? You could write a book, huh?
Literally, I could write so many times. Like I blundered a piece just because the hand moved so quickly, and the brain was like, what did you
Short
do?
circuit? That's bad. In this particular case, I just see that the king making a beeline to the c5 square. You trade. So here, let me just play a bad move, if you don't mind. King, bad moves. Just very, very, very quickly. To my way of thinking, and people might say, yeah, but you're in a rook ending, and why are you even doing this? No. This a-pawn, your king is on g7, you got no counterplay.
I agree.
You just, wow, you take, and I will recapture. And there's literally this rook can't fight against the king and the rook and the pawn.
Yeah, I completely agree with you that this position plays itself. But on the other hand, I do remember observing the English, I think former #1 now, Mickey Adams.
Yes.
And all he had to play was the black rook to a1, and it would be a back rank mate. He didn't, I would have just jumped at the chance and played it immediately.
Mate in
didn't.
one?
Yeah, it was literally mate in one.
Okay.
But he was like, and then, just making sure that there was nothing wrong with his move, and then he played it. And then the thought occurred to the viewers, and like, how many times do you think he saved a position by just taking his time?
Wow. He's a better man. Wild horses couldn't stop me from 8-1. Impressive. And so Alexandra is taking her time, rook to c5. Ooh.
But she's doing all the right things,
Maybe that's even a nicer move, because guess what? Can she force a bishop ending? That would be a dream, right? I mean, the rook ending is a dream. The bishop's ending is everything's
completely...
a dream, because in this case, you get to play, again, the same idea, right? You get to go king to d4.
Looks good to me, Yasser.
It sure does. Oh, everything actually is looking good. Rook is poised to take this pawn, so something to even be said for, I don't know, bishop c6, bishop d5, take a pawn.
Whilst this one looks like it's it's completely in the books. For Alexandra, she can just play whatever she likes, and it will be a win.
Irina.
But let's move over to Irina.
Finally, we do see rook e2 on the board, and for some reason, once again, I don't know if I like this.
Okay,
she is. Elisabeth wants to play rook a4.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I like it either. Because the pawn on a3, just to state the obvious, is on dark square. So this bishop can just come back to c1 and tie the rook to its defense. And I don't like that.
I'm so sorry. I'm just so often reminded of, thank you, Captain Obvious. Well done.
I know.
Okay, but she did play rook to b1 because Irina's... Okay, you were saying that, look, the problem is bishop c1.
Yeah, I like Irina's rook b1 first.
Do? Okay.
Because, the issue is going to be bishop will come to c1. Live on the back rank, but it will just hold down the black rook to the protection.
I've been agitating this for quite some time. I really prefer the king on d7 because I think if the pawn on c7 is a weakness, let me defend my only weakness. I'm going to put my king on d7. I am going to play bishop to f7, and I'm looking at...
Bishop c1.
Bishop c1, after king d7.
Yeah, obvious town. Here I come.
Here we go. Let's go.
Now rook to b3.
Okay, so now we get to, kind of an ending that I've been agitating for some time. Now, in the past, you had your pawns on h5 and g4 and f5. Here I've got a 3-1 majority, but I am looking at a pretty direct line. Now, this might be a draw, but again, it's like obviously a 2-result game, right? Now, could I have done something to prevent bishop c1? I can't mix it up with rook a4. I can't mix it up with rook a4 and rook c3, rook a4 and rook c4, because you'll defend c3 with rook b3 in any case.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just refresh my board.
If we go back to that opposite colour bishop endgame,
Which
I feel like that's incredibly crucial to this whole position.
Yes.
Because we also saw king e7 being played.
And bishop c1, bishop takes, rook takes. Because we could pause here for a moment. I very, very eagerly captured on a3 and captured on a2. Other players might want to investigate the idea of, playing rook and bishop versus rook and bishop with a dominant bishop versus a passive one. We do have bishop c1 on the board, by the way.
Yeah.
So the players are cruising towards our position.
Yes. I mean, yeah, rook b8 is definitely something.
Nasi, can you jump in on this one for us? Because we're having a discussion between ourselves. Should black capture the rook on a3 in this ending that we're approaching? Or would the chances of winning be better or best by maintaining the rook? The engine says...
I think you know the answer. It doesn't matter what black chooses, it's still a draw.
Still a draw.
Yes, and there is tiny bit better chance if black keeps the rook on the board.
Just a tiny...
Just a tiny bit.
I mean, we're talking a tenth of a pawn.
0.4 and 0.2.
It's not that big a difference then. No. And if you don't mind, if you go from the current position, rook takes a3, rook takes a3, bishop takes a3, and I've been agitating for this for some time, h5. Let me put my pawns on h5, g6, and then I'll take on a2.
Okay, and if the bishop just goes back to c1...
I'll take on a2.
And now the bishop activates.
And I'll go king e6.
And this is something I was going to ask you both.
Yes.
Like, if white doesn't even bother pushing pawns and instead goes king to d2 and just stands there?
I will go king to d5, king to c4, bishop to b1.
Okay, now this bishop needs to go to e7.
I just moved the pieces, moved the bishop back.
Right.
Okay, and now bishop f8. Can you go to bishop f8?
I
I want to get the
G6.
bishop on the long diagonal, you see.
Yeah. And, okay, we get this position, but this is the 3 versus 1. Oh, you're not going to take when I play d4.
Exactly. I'm not going to help you, Yasser.
Why not?
I'm going to fix your double pawns. Yeah.
Yes, so I'm thinking d5, but you're thinking... Stand.
Yeah.
Bishop f5.
And
by the way,
let's quickly go over to the Alexandra Kosteniuk, Nana Dzagnidze, and that has ended in a victory for Alexandra.
Our sole winner for this round 3 has been Alexandra, and she played well. Once again, just coming out of the opening, she was victimized by a terrible opening in one game, and she turned the tables for this one and got, well, a winning position out of the opening. She never let it go. The last move was b2, b3, and inviting black to deal with terrible, terrible issues of rook takes a5, along with rook c7. Enough, says Nana.
But it just goes to show, Alexandra played something unusual. It was very clever and confused, Nana.
Yeah.
And Nana reacted in the wrong way. Couldn't fight back from that.
For me, the strange decision was early. Nana, knight a2, attacking the pawn on b4.
So this was theory, but Nana didn't know it.
Yeah.
And Nana was like, well, what a weird kind of opening. Queen d3, then moving the queen to d4. Why do I even need to defend the pawn?
Right.
But she
did need to defend the pawn, and it was either rook b. By the way, we never really investigated the line a5, giving up the b5 square. But if you're going to, how do you say? If you're going to defend the pawn, you got to play more or less c3. I don't know, and we could get a situation where you get the b5 square. Oh no, that's the difference. Okay, I'm reaching for the bishop, and I'm realizing g7. Yeah, I wanted knight f6, and okay, because what happened in the game, and it was really pretty straightforward. After knight takes, bishop b7, f3, there was no compensation. She did win her pawn back with queen takes c2, but it was a dead-end affair. After rook c3, she ended up having to play bishop b4, because there was an issue.
Queen b6.
Oh, pardon me. That's right. Queen b6. There was this where we trapped with the sham sacrifice on c6. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And that was why bishop b4 was forced, and this was a terrible ending. Nice victory for Alexandra, but I don't think that Nana's going to be very happy with herself this position in this game.
And
what do we have in the Irina's game?
So a few more moves have been made. After bishop c1, we saw rook a4, and they traded the pawns, well, not yet, without trading the rooks.
Okay.
g3, computer's already giving triple zeros.
I was going to say, actually, you know, we laughed a little bit about trapping the rook.
d5, d4?
Look, if you look, the black rook is trapped. If you go rook takes a3, I don't know, if it's just the visuals, it's just completely trapped. You can go bishop d2, and bishop d2, and it's like, nope. Oh, okay, you can do it like that.
Even, yeah.
Yeah.
No issues. No, this one's looking more and more like, more and more like Elisabeth. Well, she didn't
Yes,
really
so if you have this position with black, how long would you torture your opponent? Keep in mind, you have another game next day.
Whoa,
in this position,
this one,
no, I don't feel like I have anything here.
But wait, can I just
please
throw in?
Yes.
Your opponent has 4 minutes on the clock. There is no second time control.
See, we always had second time control. We had a German. We didn't play to a finish. No, I just feel that, unfortunately for Elisabeth, if I'm not playing this ending, this one, then I'm thinking it's going to be a draw. But we have a special guest.
Yes, we're going to go to Begim, who is with Alexandra, our sole winner of the round so far.
Hi Alexandra, congratulations on your win today. You just played a great game. Can you talk about how it went this way? I saw you coming into the game and you were sitting there it felt like you were furious for yesterday's loss.
Yeah, hi everyone. Well, I mean, I'm not sure about the definition of great, but okay, actually after the opening, b5, a4, I was not sure. I looked at all those Taimanov lines and at some point a4 was way to go, but here I was not sure. And after yesterday's game where my knight, just jumped. And already by the move 15, I was ready to resign. Here I was afraid it would be some kind of deja vu. And when she played knight f6, okay, well, at first I thought that knight takes b4 is not possible due to queen b7. And and I thought that I cannot take on b4, but I just did not see any alternatives. I mean, I just did not see any moves for me to hold equality. And that's why I came back to this line and I realized that after queen b7, I have knight takes a6 that I didn't see at first. And a very weird position after rook a6, bishop a6, queen a6, alongside castle I was playing. And maybe it's a wrong move, but anyway, I couldn't evaluate this position. Yeah, probably I shouldn't. But anyway,
it's not easy to evaluate this position, right?
At all. But again, since I didn't see anything else for me, but knight takes b4, I said to myself, well, okay, I have to, because yesterday, when I played knight d3 and my opponent played king e2, I was actually planning to play bishop f5, but then I said to myself it's too dangerous. But sometimes, when you kind of play all in, you must
calculate.
Follow. You must, you cannot just rely on emotions. And here, I figured out that knight takes b4 seemed to be the only way to, because otherwise I'm just worse. It was this terrible knight on a2. So after knight takes b4, I'm not sure what was the way for black to go, because of course what happened in the game, I was very happy. Okay, here, that's clear that I'm much better.
Do you think she just forgot that she cannot play after rook c3 that she cannot play queen a2.
I mean, she can, but I was going to play bishop e2.
Oh, I was thinking of knight
c1, queen
and then you just like bishop b5 castles. I just didn't see during the game. I was like thinking about it, and I didn't see that.
I was calculating
the queen
but at the end
because bishop, if queen b1, I think bishop d3 is possible.
I was calculating it, but I mean, it's also looks good, but for some reason I didn't see the point of moving my knight.
I just
bishop b5 and bishop b4 probably, because of course I saw bishop b4 coming.
I mean, the point that it works is that we cannot take because of rook c8. That's why we're
but the most important thing is what happens, because of course during the game you're I mean, it's not that clear.
That's true. But this moment,
I thought that it might be good because like the queen is trapped. Actually, I saw this line, but I was calculating only b takes c3. Because queen takes c3, I was afraid of rook c8, and I didn't see bishop c5.
Yeah, honestly, for me as well, it looked like kind of dangerous. And of course, when you're not playing the game, it's easier to kind of evaluate or just like wander around, you know. And then you use the engine worst case.
No, I said to myself that okay, queen a2 is clearly very bad. I mean, the queen, what is she doing there? Bishop b4 seems to be the only move. If she plays queen e2, okay, I was thinking that at least I have bishop e2.
Yeah, which is also like queen is on a2, just hold.
Yeah, and then I wanted to play like if bishop e7, then I just castle.
Yeah.
And well, her queen is almost trapped. And then bishop d1, yes, that's the line I saw, and I liked it, bishop b3 come. So that was also kind of no calculation, like no bishop b4 involved.
I think practically it's better just to play castle and then win the piece, right?
But it was clearly that she would opt for bishop b4, and here. I mean, the hardest part of this position is that, of course, I understand the evaluation, I understand that it's winning, but there are so many, you know, tempting continuations, and you don't want to spoil anything. And like kind of every single move, I was hesitating whether I have to go this way or that way. Okay, there are many tactics, probably king d2 is not. d6 I missed for some reason. Which is rook f b8 I also missed, because I was very happy here. I thought that she has to play bishop a6.
Bishop a6.
And then, bishop a7, right. I like this move, bishop a7, and I was very happy.
This one.
Yeah, very, very nice.
And text? Yeah, I have rook c8, and you have just like...
No, just rook c1, I think.
Rook c1.
Or rook c8 and b6. Well, I mean,
anything, just like coming. Anything is winning.
Yeah, so rook f to b8, okay. And here I thought that she would play king f8. And I was calculating this long line was like going, not rook c3 of course, but rook c7, take, and I take, or rook f7, I was not sure, probably here. And I was not, I mean, so certain. If she goes rook king h f8,
then you just take.
Yeah, I can.
But
then, okay.
No, if rook b2, king c3, rook
g2. That's what I thought.
Check.
What is the problem here? I thought that rook b2.
We need the king on f2, ladies and gentlemen.
That's why probably king d2 was not as precise.
Yeah.
Why is it?
And then this is actually working because of
rook g2. Okay.
And this one. Yeah.
So it's very, very tricky, and I was not sure that it's winning. I mean, I thought that I might just take, but then she has counterplay, and I was not very happy. So I was actually very happy when she played e5. And because after e5, I said to myself, okay, that should be winning. But then again, like bishop e5, here I started hesitating because, like, I have here, for example, I like bishop c4 a lot. Because the idea behind bishop c4 is that I don't give all those bishop a6 or bishop c8. Ideas, because if she plays bishop c8 here, I have bishop d5 and no rook b3 check, and she loses. But I was not sure about this position. I mean, like
honestly, during the game, it felt like you were dominating, you were finding the right moves, and then from this perspective, you know.
Again, like you see this line, and you understand that it's like
it must be winning, right?
Well, I mean,
better at least.
What is better, like this position, or what I like capturing on e4, but allowing her to play bishop c8 or bishop a6? And like I said to myself, okay, it's better to keep more pawns on the board, because okay, my plan, I think, any exchanges of any pieces, I think will just lead to a winning endgame, because 2 versus 1, like pawn endgame is winning, bishop endgame is winning, rook endgame I think it was also kind of winning. So I hope that it will be winning. Even here after bishop takes b8, for example, rook takes b8. Although I think for her she should have gone to this rook endgame. We know this all rook endgames are drawn.
Yeah.
So. But still, I was.
Don't tell me that.
Right. Well, yesterday it didn't work.
Just win. You just win the
again. Yeah. And again, the only problem here was that I have so many like winning possibilities, and I was just afraid to to spoil it at some point.
So you were really determined to make sure that you will win today, to come back.
Well, it would be pity to miss like +5 endgame, right?
Definitely.
I'm not really thinking about the result. Like, I want to play a good game, and if I manage to play well, usually results come. So when I play badly,
naturally, right?
When I play badly, I got.
So, are you satisfied with your game today?
I'm not sure about the opening phase. I will check out this a4 before knight e2. It's really shaken to move away your knight to a2. I mean, it might not work as well as in this game. So not sure about a4, but other than that, I'm happy that I managed to handle my emotions and calculate and play it knight takes before. So that's I'm happy.
That was the biggest decision.
I think so. That was the key moment of the game as it turned out. Yeah.
And Alexandra, also you are on the fourth-way tie for the first place. I know the tournament just started. We have still 6 rounds to go. But does it change your strategy? Like you playing, for the win, and you're playing in the middle. It should change something, right? Like your opening preparation.
Not really.
Not really.
First of all, it's too early to think about like the standings. And yes, as I said, like on the first day, I'm very happy when I win.
Yeah.
Like it's already quite an achievement, because I've had some tournaments where I couldn't score a single game, and when I'm playing well and I'm winning, it's even better. So let's hope it's gonna continue till then, because again, even though I'm not focusing on my age, but I must tell you that the energy level is not the same at 40 as it was at 20, and I have to take that into consideration closer to the end of the tournament. But okay, so far I can be happy. Of course, I'm very disappointed about my yesterday's play in the opening, but otherwise I cannot complain.
That's awesome to hear, and thank you so much for being here today. Good luck with your rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Begim and Alexandra. And she said it, she came to the game today just wanting to play well, and she did.
I think every grandmaster comes to the game with that precise attitude. You just want to play a good game, and if the result goes your way, it will go your way because you're playing a good game. And it's just so terrible when you let your opponent escape. I want to go to the remaining game because something rather funny has happened. As it turned out, remember ages ago I showed you a moment where my rook got trapped on a3. It was more egregious in my case. There was actually a black pawn on a4. But in a certain way, Irina's rook is trapped. What Elisabeth intends to do is put her king on b5, put her pawn on c6, put her pawn on d5, and say, haha, your rook is trapped. On the other hand, this black rook is also a little bit trapped. If the pawn were on f4, I think it might be winning.
Yes, I would also guess that as well, but the rook doesn't have any squares.
So again, let's just imagine this move.
And say Irina just waits.
Yeah, we're just putting a few moves on the board. And if this rook were literally on the e file, then you would understand that this rook is stuck. You're done. You're done and dusted. And black's pieces, the bishop on a4, the king, and somehow it would be rook and the pawns. Please.
Do you know something beautiful, Yasser?
Yes.
In the position that you have on the board,
yes,
both the bishop and the rook that black has do not have squares. So all
Right,
white
everybody's
has to do,
trapped.
what it has to do is move the bishop.
Right.
You just go bishop f4,
Four.
and then you can dance to bishop e5, or maybe,
Okay.
maybe.
Uh,
And then the whole point is that you're going to meet d4 with a pass move with the bishop. You're just
Right.
going to go bishop e5 and then
yeah.
keep that dance going.
Well,
I've just never seen anything so. I don't know whether this is an American word you use at all. Chock-a-block.
Chock-a-block?
No.
Well, this is like an exercise in ineptitude. You've never seen so many bad pieces on one game. The rook on a3, the can't move. The bishop on a4 can't move. Black, but I mean, it's pretty difficult to imagine a worse set of pieces. You know, but before we get into the game, just to refresh everybody, where do we stand?
Yes, and we do see there's been 4 results. It's been relatively peaceful with 3 draws, but we did see Alexandra Kosteniuk play a very powerful game to beat Nana Dzagnidze.
Absolutely, a convincing game to hoist herself in a tie for first. Dare I ask, I'm sure the chess engines are going to politely inform us that triple zeros are or what's happening. Is that the case, Nasi?
Yes, no matter what black plays, it's triple zeros. Whether it's d4, king b5, g6, and like Jovi was saying, if king b5, bishop f4, bishop can go to e5, but yeah, nothing changes, just as long as you... I'm sure even c takes d4 is a draw, but you don't have to react.
Well, there's a check on c2 that might rock your world one
let's
day.
see.
Takes.
Actually, c takes d is winning here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because my rook is terrible.
Yes. So you're gonna.
It's true.
I have a question though.
Yeah.
Like if you put your bishop to e5, is g5 asking too much from? No, it is, isn't it?
g5 for black.
Yeah,
and then
g5 and h4, but yeah, it's asking way too much.
Is our Peshki on c7 hanging? What are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah, c7's hanging.
What?
Okay.
Objection.
Okay.
Objection.
Okay.
Sustained.
We're just trying to find ways that it's not a draw.
True that. Okay, a draw would probably be the inevitable result. By the way, you mentioned the word peaceful. That would actually be our most peaceful round because we started with the bang. Remember, I believe we had 3 victories.
We had 3 victories, 2 victories. This is bad news. Can you spot the pattern?
Yeah,
Today, only
one victory as we get ready for Sunday's
round 4.
game. And I was peeking ahead at round 4, actually, because somebody provided me with a complete list of all of the pairings. And every day, I mean, we're going to have some really, really great pairings. But for me, just peeking ahead, I looked at the game between Alexandra Kosteniuk. She's getting another white in a row, by the way. And it will be against Alice Lee.
Yes. That one's going to be very exciting because actually we can take a sneak peek. Exactly, and there you can see Yasser's delight because we have Nana Dzagnidze playing with white against Anna Muzychuk. Tan Zhongyi this time with the white pieces, but Anna is back to the blacks. We'll see whether she will be able to stabilize once more. Elisabeth Paehtz. After this game, we'll be playing Mariya Muzychuk, Harika Dronavalli will be playing Irina Krush, and Alexandra Kosteniuk. That's probably going to be our marquee matchup. We'll be playing 14-year-old Alice Lee.
Exactly. Big game there as we get ready to kind of wrap up this broadcast because I do believe that, you know, these bishops of opposite color, well, the drawing margin is so high, so high. I mean, I feel like we can call it, but on the other hand, it's just time trouble, right? Time trouble could potentially upset the apple cart. The big, for me, and we've been mentioning it already, whenever we see the move d4, do not undouble black's pawns. Just keep that tension. And Irina is far too experienced not to do that. She will maintain that tension and should draw. Although, down to 2 minutes.
Yes, she is down to 2.5 minutes, but Elisabeth
a little
she
bit
does
of-
have a lead in time with just under 11 minutes.
What for you is time trouble?
A minute.
A minute.
There's something scary
About the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, because
for
then
me
it
it
goes
was always
0.59.
5.
Yeah, 5 is also scary.
I
But
don't
okay,
like-
we have a big move. D4 indeed played
And quickly, Bishop.
Very quickly.
Because
Bishop
Irina's
E7.
down to 2, and now it's 3.
A minute is already panic time.
That's what I call time trouble, right?
What's for you?
5. As soon as I reach 5.
Yeah, you're already feeling the blood pressure.
I get special joy though when my opponent takes down to under 10 minutes, because usually it's done by minutes.
Right.
Right, and then
Exactly.
suddenly at some point you start seeing the seconds, and you're like, ooh, this is exciting, isn't it?
When it goes down to the seconds,
You know,
right?
you know,
Yes,
like
yes, yes.
it starts ticking down, because
Agreed.
before it's like 21 minutes.
Right.
And then suddenly at some point it goes 19:59, and then you can see the progress.
There was a chess clock. Oh boy, I should know this like instant. It was a very, very sturdy chess clock that went down to the 10th of a second, right? So then the seconds were going really, really fast, and that was, gosh.
You were playing in some fancy chess
Right,
circles,
hey,
Yasser.
hey, yeah, thank you very much. Absolutely. D4 on the board. A moment ago, I was kind of convinced that that Elisabeth's king was headed for B5. She has played D4, still giving herself the option of King D5. It will not change anything, because essentially what you said is the right point. Just don't take on D4.
Hang on a
and-
second. Pawn takes pawn
Oh,
played.
no, then that's
Then
just a draw
rook takes
agreed.
C3.
And that's just going to be draw agreed.
And in fact,
right
the
away.
rook can chase. Rook takes rook. Okay, so Elisabeth is very happy with the draw. Well, not very happy, but happy with the draw.
That just shuts it all down.
And now the question is, because the players can't offer a draw, they will now just have to find a way to repeat the position 3 times.
Exactly. King takes bishop bishop D1, hitting the F3 pawn on the board. I'm expecting F4, G6.
She can try bishop F8.
Bishop F8. Why the fancy move?
Because I can.
Just
I
like, you don't want to go along with my script, just
No.
because I'm holding the script. Okay.
Okay, I mean,
Bishops
doesn't
of
make a
opposite color,
difference.
and again, that really does call it the day, doesn't it? This.
Also, she can be super fancy, right? And go G4. Because the thing is,
G4.
you can give up some material.
True, because the double pawns are just
Yeah,
not
the
going
double pawns are
anywhere.
useless, and then you just stand on the dark squares.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, there's no way that black can handle this.
Either player, for that matter, because of course this A pawn still exists. I'll put my pawn on A3, and I mean it's not like your king can go flying off to G3 any day. There might be an A pawn that will slow your deliberations. A draw definitely in the offing in this one. Again, I'd like to turn to that psychology for a moment, because okay, today we are in these situations where you can't offer draws. But for me, the only time I ever kind of used a psychology is to make the draw offer. Right? So the idea was I was always the higher rated player. And if I ever got into a bad position, which, sad to say, it did occur on occasion, I would use the grandmaster privilege. And I would say, would you like a draw from a clearly worse position? And usually my opponent would take it with both hands. Did you guys ever take it?
In this type of tournaments.
Oh, I'd be helpless. I wouldn't even know how to
I've
react.
done that for sure.
Oh, for sure.
I've been on both sides of it. When I was younger, playing GMs, I would be up in exchange. They would offer me a draw and be like, yes. But then after I started beating them, like,
let's play.
And it became the opposite. Now when I play kids in the Open tournament and I messed up in the opening, I'm in trouble. I'm like, draw?
But talking about draw,
right?
You know, that strategy that we mentioned about giving up material, well, Irina has gone for that. So she just gave up, so she played g4.
She did play g4.
She just eliminated more pawns from the board.
Okay, but you've cleverly ducked the draw offer. Have you exploited being the higher rated player?
I don't tend to offer draws.
You don't? Very good.
No.
There are some players who just don't like to offer draws. They think it's just wrong or...
Right.
Yeah, somehow I'm just not there. But if people offer me draws,
then
that's a different matter, right?
And I remember what you just said, that certain players don't like offering draws. They will accept them, but they don't offer them. And I remember John Vanderville was playing against Anatoly Karpov. And it's that Zaitsev variation where you go knight to g5, the rook goes back to f8, the guy goes knight to f3, the rook goes back to e8. So it was a 4-time repetition.
That's what we're going to be seeing in this, as the players are repeating.
And Karpov refused to claim the draw with black. It was a 4-time repetition, and the game continued.
Really? Just because they were both too stubborn?
They were both too stubborn to
Well,
offer one another
but if you
draw.
repeat the position 5 times, I think the arbiter steps in. Right? I don't know.
Ooh, that's a new one for me.
Okay, well, then I'm making it up.
Wow.
Do not trust me.
But I
on
like
that
it. I like it. Arbiter, get the
and
hands in the air.
Draw has been agreed between Irina and Elisabeth, which means that we have completed round 3. 6 rounds left.
Yes. It feels like actually longer because our days have been long days, but again, the lob jab at the top.
Yes, it's still a 4-way tie. This tie between Zhongyi and Alexandra Kosteniuk has now moved into tied phase. Tie for first place. And Harika, Dronavalli, Mariya, Muzychuk all on 2 points. And then we see 3 players on 1.5 points.
50%, including Irina Krush, who's drawn all her games. Whereas I'll point out that Alexandra Kosteniuk, with her 2 out of 3, have been all decisive affairs. Final thoughts, as we, again, another eventful round for the history books. Nasi.
Yeah, I think we had unusually solid day today. We had 4 draws, which was great news for Alexandra Kosteniuk because with her win, she immediately joins the leaders.
Right.
That's always the case. When you win your game, you want everyone else.
Exactly. So
it was a great day for Alexandra, and we'll have a very exciting day. We have 2 more days before the rest day, I believe. So I think the girls are going to bring
Sunday, Monday.
Their 100% right before the rest day. So excited to see what next 2 days bring.
Wonderful. Just want to say it's been great broadcasting with you both. Really, a
Thank
great
you.
honor.
Thank
really
you, Yasser.
You make my work so much fun, in fact.
And on that subject,
Trapping my rook, you know.
that subject, I'd like to thank everyone for watching. And we'll see you tomorrow if a clear leader emerges. So join us then. Same time, same place.
Bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.